Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. I'm Emmanuel, I'm an airline pilot and a PMDG 777 beta tester. Welcome to the Cross the Land Americas. And we are sitting here in the LATAM 777-300ER and we're going to fly it down to Quito. Now, yes, to be completely exact, you guys are absolutely right that LATAM Ecuador doesn't have 777s, but hey. We don't want to be päpstlicher than the Papst, as we say in German. Which literally means as much as we don't want to be holier than the Pope. Okay, so we are setting up for a flight over here, and we can have a quick look at our briefing package, and once we're through the briefing package, we can start with our flight setup. So let's go ahead and have a quick look at the briefing, and then we'll see what we're up for today. So, starting right over here, that's going to be our flight LNE 684 Mexico City to Quito. And looking at our route itself, the route is given by VATSIM, so it's part of our event booking. Not a lot that we can do about it. And, well, we are going to depart Mexico, southbound, over the Central Americas, and then basically over the Pacific Ocean all the way down to Ecuador, where we make landfall on a direct route inbound to Quito. Now, if we are going to have a look at the weather conditions, then for our departure airport, we are generally looking at good weather here. It's calm wind, slightly restricted visibility, but clear skies. Temperature 20 degrees. And that temperature is going to be an issue later on. We'll talk about that in a few moments. Because, well, you can see it here already. The elevation is almost 7,300 feet. Now, going at our arrival then, Quito is one of these airports as well. Elevation almost 8,000. We've got good weather conditions today. Those promise to become really lovely for flying. But, looking at the forecast, we can see that from about 4 hours after our arrival, weather is going to deteriorate with patches of fog, overcast clouds in 500. So we got to make sure that we arrive before that, but shouldn't be much of a problem today. Tempo rain, not much of an issue for us. And, well, oh, hello there. The first guy is slewing through us already. But yeah, departures are a bit of a problem here. There's exactly 2 gates at this terminal which can fit a 777, and I have a feeling there's a couple more flying those today. And one of the gates that would fit a 777 is already occupied with a 737 MAX. So, well, if we see people slewing around, if any one of you says, well, that red box here is a little bit smaller than your airplane, then all I can say is, yeah, you're absolutely right. And there is nothing we can do about it, because the airport just doesn't have enough stands that we could go on. But so be it, we have to live with that. Overall, I am still convinced we can make this one a good flight as soon as we're off block. But nonetheless, I do apologize for everyone whom I'm blocking on the taxi over here. Just really all not that much that we could do about it. Okay, so, with that done, let's go ahead and have a little further look into our briefing package. No time-wise, there is nothing interesting over here. For the approach, the only changes from ILS Cat 1 to ILS Cat 2, so even better conditions available. And that's really it. Alternate airports, this one here was suggested from the airport briefing from VATSIM. So over here, if we look into the arrival briefing, over here they do suggest alternates. Cotopaxi, I do hope I pronounced that halfway correct. And, well, so just want to take the opportunity to say hello to everyone down here in the chat. Tyler, it was very nice to meet you at FS Expo as well, and indeed, 18 months already. I sure hope that I can do more live streams in the sooner future. It's really just time available at the moment. And X539, welcome as a business class member as well. Very nice to have you here. Okay, so returning to our flight preparation then. We have had a look at our weather, which is good. Both at the destination as well as at the alternate airport. Couple TCUs here, those really don't matter for us. Now, let's go ahead and have a look at our briefing preview. So, we are not even in ETOPS flight today. We are close enough to the land the entire time so that we don't need to worry about ETOPS. Our flight itself is planned in flight level 350, later flight level 370. We are not all that heavy today, 223 tons zero fuel, 230 tons landing weight estimated. But you will be surprised what kind of effects this can have at a high altitude airport like Quito. But we'll have a look at that in flight. Now, the only important thing that we gotta check that dispatch really did it is the landing dispatch calculation, which we should have somewhere down here. So landing distance, gotta make sure that we can actually land on this runway. And you can see that we actually do encounter issues over here. You can see how we are significantly limited over here. But more on that later on. For now, all that counts is they did the calculations, they figured we could land. And that's the important thing. And Tyler, when is my book going to be available? I can't promise it right now. I would have said 2 weeks. I'm still hoping for it. But I can see how I'm clearly flying a little bit more than... I can clearly see how I'm flying a little bit more than I would like at the moment, and that kind of restricts my time available to ride. But okay, back into our fuel planning then. Looking at this, we basically have no extra fuel planned over here. And I have no idea what to expect at an event like this one. So what we'll do is we'll take a little bit of extra fuel there. So a go around in a 777 is about 2.5 tons, and then thinking on top of that, we might not get an immediate second approach. So looking at this, 3,000 kilos is about half an hour-ish. So we can say that if we want a go around plus 15 minutes, then we're looking at 4,000 kilos extra, plus the fuel to transport those 4,000 kilos, and we can find that here in the Ops Impact section. So you can see weight change up 1,000 kilos is 107 kilos more fuel. So if we want to arrive with 4,000 extra, we gotta add like, what's that, 430 and a bit kilos, so 450 plus 500 kilos as well. So 4,500 kilos on top, and then we should have sufficient fuel for our arrival and the extra that we want to take. Okay, so that much about our general planning. So let's go in the aircraft now, and let's go ahead and start setting up a little bit. I am using the FTSM Plus sound sets for this flight. Pretty nice on the cockpit. Unfortunately, a little bit lacking on the outside, so, well, we just gotta live with the compromise. So coming on board over here, we definitely want to have a ground power, we want to have an air conditioning unit, and we can connect the jetway as well. And with that connected, let's go ahead and shut our aircraft down here. Pretty much like this. Well, that's a little bit too quiet. Let's keep the reset fans on. A little bit of work in progress there as well. Hey, Circodes Gaming, nice to see you here in the comments. I'm doing good, hopefully you as well. Flying the MD-11, you say? Nice. And yeah, I'm glad to have a couple of off days at the moment, but I have a feeling that I'm becoming a little bit sick at the moment. Hopefully it's not going to be too bad. I really want to go fly in Tuesday, I believe. I really want to go flying, but we'll have to see. Okay, so let's go ahead then and start a little bit of configuration. Now, this livery over here did not come with an airline config, so what we're going to do, since it is a fictional one anyway, we'll quickly run over the configuration files and just choose something that fits our liking. And Tyler, I can't tell you yet if the ebook is going to be PDF, because I know that if I make it as PDF, it's going to be on a certain website in a matter of minutes. So I'm rather thinking about Apple Books and Kindle first, but haven't decided. I haven't decided. That's stuff that I will worry about when I finish writing it, and that is definitely going to be my first. That's definitely going to be my first priority here. Okay, so then let's quickly go over the settings. Glide slope capture before localizer. We definitely don't want that. Auto airnav on go around, yes. Gross weight entry, doesn't really matter, does it? Flight tablet, yes. We want the modern transponder as well. Takeoff thrust D rates, absolutely. Climb thrust D rates as well. Well, 12,000 feet washout is good. climb derating cruise. We can talk about that later if you're interested. And then 300 knots company speed is good. We'll leave all of those. We're going to change them manually anyway. Okay, so ISFD installed, ADF, yeah. No electronic signs. Well, that's a little bit different for a change, but we are definitely going to go with that. We'll use the KU and SATCOM, I believe. And then bank angle callouts, we surely want those enabled. All the altitude calls as well, except for the 60 call, don't need that. 5, yeah, we can turn that on. We'll just leave all of that good stuff where it is. Altitude approach oral can come on for sure. And that's looking good. Okay, and that's our settings over there. So let's quickly go over the displays. Kilos and centigrade is good. We'll basically leave all of those, but I don't want the AOA indicator. That's just, I'm not used to having that on the Boeings I flew. For that reason, I'm going to take that off. Okay, well, track off, you guys said. And we are going to keep the rest over here. And I'd say the rest is looking pretty much good. So with that, we are happy with our aircraft config. Okay then, so that's a little bit of our setup completed over here. We want to go off block in, I believe, 25 minutes in order to catch our slot. So let's go ahead and start our pre-flight procedures. The oil quantity is looking good. The hydraulic quantity is good. Oxygen is good. We can switch that APU switch to on here to check the APU oil quantity as well. And that is looking good as well. Okay, so then we can do a recall, check all the ICAS messages we have, and we just want to make sure that there is nothing on there that we would not have expected. But this is all expected for the current phase of flight, so nothing to worry about. Okay then, so from here on, turn on the ADARU, and then we can go ahead and request our flight plan from SimBrief. And here we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and start our pre-flight procedure on the FMC. So we've got a 777-300 G90 engines. The database is current. Now, in case you don't know how to update yours, head over to the Navigraph forums, and there is a topic over there. Basically, you need to delete 3 files. You are going to find the exact instructions in the Navigraph forums. So GPS position is good, and then we can do a route request from SimBrief, set the payload, set the fuel, and select that route. In the meantime then, we can just go ahead down here to the fuel. We said we wanted 4.5 extra, so that gives me 41 tons. Like so. Rockspeed, hi, nice to see you in the comments. Are there indications for the remaining time to top of descent on the progress page like in the 737? No, there are not. If you really want to figure that out early, best is to go to the legs page and just see where the altitude starts decreasing and then just take it from there. Alright, route uplink is loading. And I do believe it just said ready. Anything here yet? Yeah, here it is. Okay, so let's go ahead and request our departure ATIS. So departure information, ATIS request. We're looking for Mexico City, MMX from VATSIM, and you can give us auto updates, please. Okay, send that out, and then let's see what our runway is going to be. I bet 05 left, but we will find out in a few moments. Okay, so new messages. Information Bravo. Wind calm, visibility 5, temperature 20, altimeter 3033. Generated by PMDG using VATSIM data. Okay, well, but it looks like there is no departure runway included in this. Well, that's a pity. Anyway, at least we've got our altimeter setting, 3033. Matthias, hi, nice to see you in the comments. Thank you very much. Well, we're just going to go with 5 left then, and then we'll have to see when we get our clearance later on. Tevos 2 Alpha departure. I don't think I ever departed Mexico City in this direction yet. It's not exactly my first year doing flight simming, but I don't think I've ever departed Mexico City in this direction. A lot of times towards Europe, especially when the PMDG 777 and 747 came out back in the P3D days. And Sir Kells Gaming, do I ever use the automatic ground operations? To be honest, nah, not really. I'm kind of a fan of just, you know, ignoring that kind of stuff, because, let's be honest over here, as a pilot we just don't have much to do with that kind of stuff. For that reason, I'm not really using it that much. And of course, real-time ground operations in an aircraft like the 777 just takes ages. Okay, so I do bet this is Tevas? Yeah, it is. Okay, so the SID goes straight at max 800. Let's see that on the Lex page. So max 800 is above 9,000. Then a right turn, 839. Max 230 knots, below level 185, we have that. Max 840, Aspen above 210. Yoloto and Tevos below 290, that's looking good. Is there any initial climb or anything important on the chart? Doesn't really look like it, huh? Transition level 185, but that's it. Okay, we can live with that. Well, in that case, route data, wind data load. And FMC.com wind uplink load as well. Then we can go on and check that we've got all of this good stuff. So Navrat page, we don't need anything. Fixed page, we'll do a 25-mile ring around our airport, the MMMX/25. And in terms of the MSA, well, the south is the very highest with up to 19,400. So we'll just about draw those rings over, or those radials over here. So that's going to be 042 and 222. That just gives us an indication of where the really highest MSA is down in the south. Okay, so 1,763 nautical miles, and in here we've got 1,749 nautical miles. So, tiny bit longer, but that's fine. That's because of the arrival, which SimBrief doesn't know about. Transition 18.5 is looking good, and then we can go to the performance page and accept the performance in it. Reserves 5.5, that seems rather little. Well, 5.6 to be entirely correct, but apart from that, cruising 350, cost index 36, minimum fuel temperature. I'm not exactly sure what kind of fuel we get in Mexico City. It might be Jet A fuel, so let's keep the minus 37. It won't be much of a problem on today's flight anyway. We'll set the cruise CG and then on to the takeoff page. So let's have a quick look into the airport briefing and see if there is anything written about a noise abatement departure. But it doesn't really look like it, does it? Oh god, this is confusing. Why does one have to do primary, secondary, third, fourth, fifth? Come on. That's like, nobody will understand that. And especially nobody will read that. Okay, to be honest, doesn't look like there's anything. Oh yeah, noise abatement, there is something. So, departures, 2-3 is not the case. But that looks like, well, arrivals 05. Okay, so for departures on 05, they don't seem to have any procedures. Only for runway 23 is departure runway at night. So we don't need to worry about any noise abatement or stuff like that. Well, that's good news. Okay, so in that case, we are just going to do an acceleration at 1,000 above ground, engine out acceleration 1,000 above the ground as well, and that's it then. Okay. So now that we open the route page, let's quickly have a look over our route as well. So we depart via Tevas, Upper Tango 113 India Zulu Tango, Upper Lima 318 Quito, and that's what we have down here as well. So easy going everywhere. Okay, and that's our FMS setup complete. And Amplify asking if I watched the Germany game yesterday. I did. It was a very good game. Was very close in the end. A little bit of luck involved, as it is usually the case in soccer. And, well, in the end, I think Germany made a decent match. They lost it, but honestly, both teams would have deserved winning it. That's all I can say. I know, I'm probably too sane for soccer. And yeah, I should complain about the penalty, but let's face it, there's no sense in it. Okay, so 3033. Here we go. Well, we are going to do the radio setup later. We'll just leave it as it is for now. Okay, 1 to 1.5 on the second radio, and we'll see about the active one. Okay. So that's pretty much our setup done down here. In that case, let's see if there is any voice ATIS available that tells us a runway. Should be 12765, I believe, but let's just cross-check that real quick. Yeah, 12765. Wow, I actually remembered something of my pre-flight preparation. Who would have thought that?
You have information. Alpha.
Interesting. Looks like the audio control knob for the center VHF
Mexico
is
City
coupled to the right.
Well,
that's definitely not supposed to be. Gonna write a bug report on that one.
Weather. WinCom. Visibility 5. Sky conditions sky clear. Temperature 20. Dew point 12. QNH 3033. Runways 05 in use. TBN traffic expect ILS Zulu runway 05 right approach.
Okay, runway 05.
Airport. Read back all instructions. Departure frequency 121.2. Ground frequency 121.85. Advise on initial contact. You have information. Alpha.
Okay, I believe that
Mexico
should
City
be information
International
alpha.
Airport 8 is information alpha 1545 UTC. Weather.
I'll take it as information alpha. It might as well have been information outer, but since outer is not, well, gotta be alpha. And just while I notice it, could of course set my simulator to real time. So our takeoff slot is at 36. That means we can go airborne at 31. So if we push back in like 5 minutes or something, then we should be good to go for our takeoff slot. So 12185 is our ground frequency. Let's go ahead and get the clearance.
For Western Global 4535.
Western Global 4535, readback is correct, call for pushing back.
Mexico ground, hello, Canada 9997, ready to taxi.
Air Canada 9997, taxi runway 05 left via Bravo, hold short runway 05 left, altimeter 3032.
Taxi to 05
Okay,
left
3032.
via Bravo, hold short runway 05 left, and altimeter 3032.
Wait for the readback.
Airline 151, hold runway 05 right.
Okay, this seems quite the chaos on the frequency here.
Contact Tower 11855 with Airline 151.
Mexico ground, Buenos Tardes, Airline 684, heavy information alpha, request clearance to Quito.
Sorry, aircraft calling, what was your call sign?
Airline 684 Heavy.
Ground Aero Mexico 684 IFR to Quito Terminal 2.
And the guy doesn't even wait for our readback.
For standby. Aircraft calling, sorry, I might be dumb. What's your... can you spell out your call sign for me?
Lima November Echo 684. And that is Airline.
Airline 684, found you. You're clear to Sierra Echo Kilo Mike, Russian Quebec Mike. Via Tevos, Upper Tango 113, India Zulu Tango board and asphalt, climb via the Tevos 2 Alpha departure, fly level 290, expect final 350. Expect runway 05 left departure and squawk 3235.
Airline 684 is cleared Sierra Echo Quebec Mike Airport via Tevos, Upper Tango 113, Upper Zulu thereafter as filed. Initial climb, flight level 290, Tevos 2 Alpha departure, runway 05 left, squawk 3235.
Airline 684, feedback is correct, call when ready for push start.
Will go. Okay, so we've got Upper Tango 113, India Zulu Tango.
I couldn't hear
That's
you.
as cleared. Then, as filed, flight level 290.
Whiskey Echo 7767, ready for push and start at gate 11.
Here we go, 290 is set. Tevos 2 Alpha he set, and squawk 3235.
Aeromexico 1 Lima 771, request weather to Lima.
Cactus 7767, I believe that was
Okay,
you. Clear for
and that's all in.
onto Bravo, call for taxi.
Alright, push start on the Bravo.
Okay, so, with that out of the way, I'll just leave that frequency for a moment so that we have a little bit more silence. That is definitely gonna make our life a little bit easier. Okay, so, in that case, are you ready for the departure briefing? So, threats for the departure. Mostly controlled flight into terrain. Now, it's really worth mentioning here that VATSA Mexico have created a very nice briefing document for this. So, if we just have a quick look into that briefing doc for Mexico City, over here, then the threats are right at the very beginning, and controlled flight into terrain is the biggest one. You can see mountains up to 18,000 feet, 35 miles southeast. Southeast is round about where we're departing to, so that MSA is definitely going to play a role today. So high terrain is the one big factor today. We will use the terrain display to mitigate for that. Weather is not a factor on today's departure. However, for the predictive wind shear system to work, we need to turn the weather radar on 30 seconds before lineup. So basically we will turn on the predictive wind shear system on, or rather the weather radar on the FO's display, and we will use terrain on ours, because terrain is the biggest factor today. So the FO will have weather, we will have terrain. Apart from that, I don't see any threats, so let's go ahead and do the route check. And the route check is from Triple Mike X-Ray to Sierra Echo Quebec Mike, Lima November Echo 684, with a ground distance of 1,763 versus 1,749. That's good enough for me. It's going to be a left seat takeoff on runway 05 left, flaps 5, noise abatement procedure number 2. And emergencies, well, straight ahead, remain visual with the terrain, and then as early as possible, left-hand turn back to the airport, enter holding over the airport, and circle ourselves up to the MSA. I believe 13,000 should keep us safe if we just stay in the northern sector, but let's just verify that. Yeah, 12.1, 14.8, but that is further away from the airport. So if we stay in that sector, then 13,000 is going to keep us safe, and then we'll come back for an approach. We will probably be overweight for the landing over here, but we are going to run the mathematics in a few moments anyway. Emergencies. Before 80 knots, we'll abort for any malfunction. Above 80 knots, we only abort for engine fire or failure, predictive wind shear warning, aircraft unable or unsafe to fly, or any ICAS message that still makes it through. If you guys are interested in learning a bit more about the ICAS logic, then do let me know in the comments below. We can talk about that in flight. Now, when that good stuff is done, if we continue, no actions below 400 feet, except to cancel any warnings, raise the landing gear with a positive rate. 400 feet, verify heading select, and carry out the memory items. At the MFRA, we buck up, retract flaps and schedule, flaps up no light, level change, MCT, and then we decide on the further course of action. If we call stop, I will simultaneously close the thrust levers, disengage the auto brake, disengage the auto throttle, of course, apply max manual braking, or verify operation of the RTO auto brakes. Manually raise the speed brake lever, and when the aircraft comes to a stop, I set the parking brake. Alright, if you call stop, I note the brakes on, speed call speed brakes up or speed brakes not up, and thrust reverse normal are normal indications. So I call 100 knots, 80 knots, 6 knots, and the runway distance remaining. Verify your actions, call any emissions, and when the aircraft comes to a stop, and you set the parking brake, I will apply flaps 30 and advise ATC of the reject. Thanks, we then identify the malfunction, carry out any drills as appropriate. If we decide to evacuate, read and do the evacuation checklist, and when time permits, pull the CBR circuit breaker, and then we get out. Okay, so for our normal taxi then, let's go ahead and have a quick look at that. So we're parking down here on stand 56. Pushback onto Lima, I guess, and I'm not too sure about the taxi. Might be straight ahead via Alpha across the South Tango platform, or we might go anywhere over here, Alpha 1 maybe. Make sure that we don't confuse the two runways over here. Our departure runway is forecast as runway 05 left only. Okay. Our SID is going to be the Tevas to Alpha departure, initial climb flight level 290 as per ATC. Straight out, right hand turn, high mountains, straight ahead. We already talked about those. You have any questions on that? Probably not. Excellent. Okay, pre-flight checklist. Oxygen, tested 100%. Flight instruments, heading 195, altimeter 3032, reading 7310. Set left, set right. Pre-flight checklist complete. Okay, then we can start the APU. The ground guys can already start disconnecting their equipment. So, air conditioning unit release. Just don't accidentally release the ground power yet. That would not turn out very well. Okay, flight deck door is closed, and we'll just have to wait for the APU to start then for the rest. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emmanuel. In the name of LATAM, you're welcome aboard our flight 684 to Quito. Flight time today about 3 hours and 50 minutes. We expect a smooth flight at 35, later 37,000 feet. Thank you very much for being our guests today. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight with us. If there is anything we can do for you to make it more comfortable, please do not hesitate to ask any of our charming cabin crew. Thank you, and welcome on board again. Okay. So, this good stuff can go away, but almost be finished. Excellent. And let's see, APU avail, waiting for it. 3, 2, 1. Here it is, APU running. So, ground power release, jetway release, ground services release all, and doors close all. So, I don't want to forget arming the doors again, so we are going to put the display up over here. In the meantime, GSX, prepare for pushback and departure, please. So we've got 13 minutes to our slot. That should be more than sufficient time. Okay, so should be more or less good to go now. Let's go ahead and start waiting for our pushback procedure. Should hopefully be there in a minute. Right, cabin crew, all doors in flight. So that's the doors armed. And in that case, ground from cockpit, go ahead. So please confirm all doors and hatches are closed, ground equipment removed, and bypass pin is installed. Thank you, Captain, that is all confirmed. Roger, parking brake is set, you can remove the chocks, and can we pressurize hydraulics? Yeah, you're clear to pressurize. Roger, thanks. Okay, so with all of that out of the way, let's go ahead and check our weight. So 263.7 is our zero fuel weight, and that's versus 258.4. We took the extra fuel, so minus the taxi fuel, this absolutely makes sense. Okay, so then we can go ahead and go into the performance tool. Mexico City, 5 left, import from aircraft, import the weather, and calculate. So look at that, not all that much margin, is there? But nonetheless, takeoff 1 and 29 degrees. Here we go, 95.8 versus 95.8. Excellent, then flaps 1 and the speeds 164, 166, 169, which we have over here. So 169, LNAV, VNAV, runway heading is 055. Well, that's going to be a little bit of turning right now, but here we go, flight level is correct already. Then we can stow our universal flight tablet, don't need that anymore. Get up the moving map. Here it is. Okay, and off we go. Is there any fuel in center message? No. Excellent. Okay, trim 4.25 units. That's an easy one at least. Here we go. And transponder on. Okay, before start checklist, please. So, flight deck door. Closed and locked. MCP. V2 169, heading 055, flight level 290. Takeoff speeds V1 164, VR 166, V2 169, CDU pre-flight completed, trim 4.25 units, 0 and 0. Taxi and takeoff briefing completed, holding at the beacon.
Left, altimeter 3032.
Runway 05 left, taxi via Bravo, altimeter 3032, American Airport 12.
American 17 requesting taxi.
Alright, then let's go ahead and call for clearance.
American 17, follow company ahead. Runway 05 left via Bravo, hold short 05 left, altimeter 3032.
Bravo and hold short 05 left, altimeter 3032, American 17.
Airline 684 heavy, stand 56, request pushback and startup.
KLM 439er, hold position.
Yeah, that was not us.
Ground Western Global 4535, ready for taxi 25 right. Any chance could we get across that Echo 2 to the other side, down that side?
Western Global 4535.
So how busy does it actually look behind us?
Actually, yes, I think that would be best. So if you can...
Almost nothing.
Via Bravo and hold short before Echo 2, so don't go into...
Oh, that's excellent.
Not, I'll confirm in a minute.
But Bravo, hold short, Echo 2.
That means we should be able to catch our slot very well.
4535.
Ground Airline 684, stand 56, request push and start.
Airline 684, push start approved, Cockpit.
Push start approved, Wilco, Airline 684. Okay, before start checklist complete. Doors are confirmed, closed and armed as well. Ground from flight deck, go ahead. So, push start approved, runway 5 left, and that's gonna be... Oh god, I hate it when they do tail to somewhere. So that's gonna be tail to the left, huh? Yeah, we'll give that a try. Hate it. Why does anyone do that? We don't do that in aviation. It always knows. Okay, so release park and brake, please.
Sorry for that.
Park and brake released, and we're standing by for engine start.
Aero Mexico 684, request taxi.
Metal Eye, hi, nice to see you in the comments.
Air Mexico 684, taxi via. Bye.
Okay.
Air Mexico 684, taxi via Lima. Just one thing, are you able to take? Never mind. Sorry, got confused there. American 684, taxi via Lima. Bravo 3 Alpha 1, hold short on video 5.
SJT,
right,
hi. Yes, I am using the FTSM sounds.
Lima Bravo 3 Alpha 1, hold
Okay,
short
we
5
cleared the
right,
gate area.
684.
Let's go ahead and start the engines. We'll start left first because that's on the inner side of the pushback that kinda assists the pushback tuck a little bit in turning the aircraft.
1971, 5 out of 5.
Thank you, United 1971, information kilo on board, request clearance to Los Angeles and flight.
United 1971, delivery is showing some problems, but you can wait for them in 122.1. Sorry about that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they got a delivery online. That's a good thing.
5, cross runway 05 left via Echo 2 and 05 right as well. Please expedite as much as possible.
Project expediting Echo 2 crossing.
Okay, they're crossing someone in Echo 2.
Winter Global 4535 heavy.
That's Echo 1. Can't really see that. Well, suppose we'll find it somehow. Okay. So I've got a good start on the left engine, starting right engine. And the push is complete, set parking brakes. Parking brake set.
So aircraft waiting delivery, please contact 122.1.
Copy that, monitor 122.1 for delivery, thank you.
¿Y cuál fue la aeronave que llamó en español?
Hi, Tracking Squad, nice to see you in the comments here. And we just heard them talk Spanish for the first time. That is going to be somewhat of a threat on today's flight, local language. Basically, in South America, they are mostly talking their local languages, which is a bit of an issue if we don't understand any of that. So situational awareness can become quite a bit of a problem there. And dash O. Yeah, you can choose in the 777 there is no fixed engine start sequence. You choose which one you want to start first, and doing the inner one first kind of assists the tuck a little bit. So that's the reason why I do it that way. But there is no rule on which one to start first. Okay, so 2 good starts, clear to disconnect. There she goes.
Western Global 4535, we're clear on both. We're turning right on to Echo.
So
4535, continue on
she
Echo,
is going
then,
up there.
Bravo 1. Yeah, I believe, yes.
Okay, clear sign is received,
no, sorry,
flight control
Alpha
check.
1, sorry. Hold short runway 05 right, altimeter 30.
Full up.
Roger, Echo
Full down.
to Alpha 1.
Neutral.
For Western Global 4535 heavy.
Full left.
Who going for taxi?
Full right. Neutral. Rudder. Full left.
Air Mexico 684.
Full right.
Contact Mexico Tower 118.
Neutral.
1855 Aero Mexico 684.
Okay, before taxi checklist. Anti-ice. Auto. Recall. Checked. Flight controls. Checked. Ground equipment. Clear. Before taxi checklist complete.
LAM Perú que llamó, ¿me puede repetir su designador, por favor? LAM Perú 2473, al momento no veo conectado a Administración de México. Me confirma que minuto se va a contactar. Aeroméxico 2473 sí está resolviendo problemas.
And virtual airports and plane spotting in the comments. Agree, I'm a Mexican corporate pilot and situational awareness for foreign pilots is a threat. Most communications in Mexican airspace for locals are in Spanish. Absolutely. Airline 684 Heavy, request taxi.
Airline 684 Heavy. Taxi via Lima Alpha, hold short runway 05 left, and altimeter 3032.
Airline 684, altimeter 3032, taxi Lima, Alpha, hold short 05 left. Okay, so Lima straight ahead, Alpha I believe is at the end. Yeah, Lima, Alpha, and hold short 05 left. Excellent, that is easy. Even I can do that.
53, we have Kilo altimeter 3032, requesting FR clearance to Vancouver, please.
Okay. So 34 at the moment, takeoff slot is at 36, that means we probably have, yeah, we will be well within our slot window. Slots are always from 5 minutes early till 10 minutes late.
That was Mexico 696.
So we're good to go with that.
Affirmative, Aeromexico 696.
Okay, let's see how the taxi behavior of the aircraft is going to be over here, because at this high elevation, I could imagine it might have a little bit additional drag, but that's not necessary. It's possible.
696, stand by.
Mexico City ground, Scandinavia 402, are we scheduled to await clearance delivery for clearance?
Everybody waiting on delivery. Stand by, we're trying to resolve it. If we can't, I'll start giving.
Okay, one aircraft, two aircraft ahead of us. That's excellent. That means more or less on-time departure. One heavy among them, which always comes with a little bit of extra delay, but nothing to worry about. Okay, so we'll go into Alpha on the left over here. What's that? Juliet to the right, Alpha ahead. Okay, cabin ready. So, terrain on my side, weather on your side. Before takeoff checklist. Before takeoff checklist complete. Man, that doesn't look like a lot of wingtip clearance. But okay, I'm a guy. I thought it was bigger than it was. Girlfriend kept telling me the same.
Ground Western Global 4535.
Okay, so looks like our airplane is taxiing rather well over here. And Jan Havemann asking in the comment, hi Emmanuel, well, hi Jan. What is the last time you've visited South Africa? Well, the country itself really has been a while ago.
To fix their issue, so you can now contact.
I've been in Namibia not so long ago, maybe a month ago or something the likes. Okay, so that 737 is going another way, not our problem.
We need to switch over to Charlie at this point. We can't go down Echo while wingspan's too long.
Sorry, say again?
No, that was nice. Can't go that taxiway, our wingspan is too long.
Yes, our wingspan is over 36 meters, so we need to switch over to Juliet.
Okay, so runway 05 right, they do have a hold shot marking here, then we'll make sure that we have clearance to cross this. Even though we said taxi holding point 05 left, but we'll be better safe than sorry.
Western level 4535, so you need, sorry, so you can't fit on Echo, or what is the problem?
Yes, that is the problem.
When you get parallel with Echo, yeah?
Okay, so the final of 05 right over here has a hold shot marking. ATC set taxi holding point 05 left, but especially... I'm just listening to that,
Roger, I thought it was a slot problem. Yes, okay, back to the Papa Hotel.
So yeah, in those areas like where we are right now, I'm rather careful with assuming a runway crossing clearance. So we'll better assure that he's sure of that. Airline 684 confirmed cleared across the final of 05 right.
Airline 684, hold position.
Holding position, Airline 684, and we're ready for departure any moment. Yeah, hold position. That's kind of what I thought.
tardes, el Amperu 2475, ¿me confirmas si...
Let's see, is there anyone on final?
se va a conectar?
Yeah, there is. See, that's what I just meant with those ATC clearances here.
Autorizaciones.
He never said anything about hold short 05 right, he said hold short 05 left, then we hold short on our own, and right away there's an aircraft on short final. That's exactly what I meant.
684, cross on the 05 right, continue alpha, hold short 05 left.
Airline 684, cross 05 right, continue alpha, hold short 05 left. So that is exactly the situation I meant. That is why I just stopped here.
The lead brake is not connected, so in the party map it shows it connected.
Okay, so we cleared across.
Not at all, and we do not get any response.
So strobes coming on, and then crossing 05 right, and this time the final is clear for sure.
So if you have any estimates that you could be, that would be perfect.
So, American is before us. I can't see that Aero Mexico 737 anymore, that we had in front of us earlier. Anywhere there? No.
Oh my god, I'm gonna...
Oh, that's good.
Delivery when descent. Okay, who's the aircraft who complained first? And I'll give you your clearance if you've been waiting a long time.
In Mexico 180.
Okay, so that's 05 left. We'll hold short over here.
Okay, Air Mexico 18 Lima. You're cleared to Sierra Papa Juliet Charlie via Tevot over Tango 113.
And Tyler 99, well, if you don't have a crossing clearance, then you are not clear to cross. Yeah, that's the interesting thing, because there are airports that say, or there are airports which assume that if they say taxi holding point 05 left, they want you to taxi all the way to that holding point and assume, and they take that as a crossing clearance. So they will get mad at you if you don't hold short. So that's really interesting. You see, that's regional differences everywhere across the world. And that's really part of what makes long-haul flying so interesting. It's just that everyone's doing things differently, so you really gotta take a lot of time to think yourself into the locals.
Break, Airline 684, contact Mexico Tower 118.550.
118.55, Airline 684, muchas gracias. Okay, 1855 and departure 121.2, that's why we put it down here as a reminder.
05 left, Echo 2 and contacting ground 121.85.
And we are ready for departure then. Mexico Tower, Buenos Aires, Airline 684 Heavy, ready for departure.
Plus 82 Heavy.
Was that for us? Kinda hard to understand. So, one guy on there. Nothing over here. Mexico Tower, Buenos Aires, Airlane 684 Heavy, ready for departure.
Can you confirm your call sign?
Airlane 684.
Airlane 684 Heavy, roger, line up and we run with 05 left.
Line up and wait, 05 left, Airlane 684. Okay, there's a guy. Well, actually, FS traffic, remove. I keep doing. For some reason, I keep having to do that, and all of a sudden the traffic is gone. It just keeps re-injecting that stuff all the time. Okay, so our runway is that one over here. Gotta make sure that we don't line up on a taxiway accidentally here. The before takeoff checklist was complete, I remember. Yeah, it was. Okay, cabin crew, prepare for departure. This is an interesting runway over here. It looks like the runway only starts over here. Certainly the runway texture only starts over there, but nonetheless, we'll hold short over here in order to take the full runway length, of course.
Heavy, Roger, line up runway 05 right.
Roger, line up way 05 right, Western Global 4525.
Airline 684 heavy, runway 05 left, with crossing 130 degrees 6 knots. You're clear for takeoff when airborne contact approach 121, decimal 6, good flight.
Airline 684, runway 05 left, clear for takeoff, when airborne 121.2. Gracias, adios. Okay, lights are on, ready to go. Takeoff. So let's see the acceleration now. Thrust set. Look at that, it's really not accelerating very quickly here. That's where the high altitude really comes to play. Checked. And all of a sudden the runway doesn't seem so long anymore, does it? Gear up. $400. Autopilot. We'll definitely be using the autopilot over here. So just look at the difference, 180 knots indicated, 210 knots ground speed, or true airspeed. That's really what the high altitude ops is all about. Flaps 1, speed checked. Flaps 1. So we'll override that 230 restrictions, couple knots more won't hurt. Flaps up, speed checked. Flaps up. Mexico departure, Buenos Tardes, Airline 684 heavy, out of 9,000, climbing flight level 290. One 212 is correct.
Airline 684 heavy, Mexico departure, hello, radar contact. Climb via Pebbles 2 Alpha to flight level 290, cancel restrictions.
Airline 684 heavy, climb via Tevos to Alpha, departure flight level 290, cancel restrictions. Okay, well that's excellent. In that case we'll do 250. Okay, we've got the flaps up, anti-ice is on auto, after takeoff checklist. After takeoff checklist complete. And might as well just make it 250/17,000. Should have done that on the ground, but better now than never. Here we go. You don't need that 230 anymore, my friend. Okay, here we go. A little bit foggy over here, but it somewhat really gives it a very nice feel to it, doesn't it? Especially when looking at those mountains over here. Why is the speed still going back? Oh, because the restrictions of the next waypoint. Okay. Well, in that case, I'll tell you what. Delete. Thank you. That's better. Okay, so that mountain over there goes all the way up to 18,000. Gotta be a little bit careful with that. And of course, during high altitude operations over here, we want to make sure that we don't accelerate too early. Like right now, we're only about 6,000–7,000 feet above the ground. For that reason, I'm keeping 250 knots over here until we are 10,000 above the field elevation. Beautiful terrain. Really beautiful terrain here.
We're just climb by the stairs 290, Western Global 3545. 4535.
Aeromexico 684, contact Mexico Center on 126.6. Have a good flight.
Center 126.6, Aeromexico 684.
Okay, so it's really impressive when I look at this. I see 16,200. I look outside and the mountains are still far on top of us. Actually, still have something amber on the terrain display here. 17,100. That is really large. And virtual airport and plane spotting. One of those big mountains is an active volcano. Wow. I'm kinda happy that I don't have to deal with it. Well, and now we're sitting here in the simulator, and that's gonna be one of the biggest differences between flight simulation and real-world flying. In the simulator, we sit here and admire the terrain. In the real world, we would immediately put all the sunshades in place and just don't let any light inside the cockpit anymore so that we can take the sunglasses off. Well, that's the difference between real life and flight simulation, my friends.
American 17 heavy, contact Mexico Center on 126.6.
But it looks beautiful. Really have to say that.
126, have a good day, bye-bye.
Really looks beautiful.
You too, bye-bye.
Sometimes I wish that my airline would fly to Mexico City and not only to the holiday destinations in Mexico. And SJT, are the engine sounds quiet because of high altitude? No, rather because of aircraft length. You just don't hear them that loud in the 777. That's completely normal. Set standard. Standard cross-check passing flight level 184. Now. Okay, we're 10,000 above the ground. I think... Where's the wind coming from? Okay, from the aft right. There's no terrain over there, so I'm not really expecting turbulence. So let's go ahead and release the passengers. Seatbelt sign auto. Bootwin, hi, nice to see you. We are not using Active Sky on today's flight because I had a couple issues with it not generating clouds correctly over the last couple of flights, so I want to sort that out before we are going to... I really want to sort that out before I'm going to use it again. At least before I'm using it on a live stream again. And Yasnet, I'm not going to comment on which holiday airline that is, but one of the two. And Zeno, yes it is FTSIM for the sounds. Okay, so let's see, we'll just about do a wind update. And Doro, really excited for the A350. Oh yeah, so am I. That winglet preview, or sharklet preview I should say, looked really good. And Steve67, hi to Milan. Or I should probably say buongiorno to Milan. Okay, so the latest weather is coming in. Then we can go ahead and evaluate the evaluate our planned cruising level. See whether it's going to be 350 or 370 or maybe something lower. So Brandon, where did we get the cruise CG from? Well, you could, of course, get it out of the load sheet, which we don't have in simulation. You could go down to the payload page, and over here you've got the takeoff CG, and I do believe that is getting constantly updated as our gross weight changes, so you could get it from there. But the SOP of the airline that I've learned for the 777 actually just tells pilots to always insert 30, regardless of what the actual CG is. Okay, so the latest weather is in. So what do we have? Recommended 350, optimum 350, max 362. Well, the plant level is 350 as well. That makes it a pretty easy decision. And Redwayne, will I ever do a crosswind landing tutorial? Yeah, probably.
Correct.
Okay, we're getting clear of the immediate high terrain around Mexico City, but I'm going to keep the terrain display on my side just for a bit so that we can keep track of the minimum safe altitudes here. And TK1416, how much better does the PMDG 777 feel physically when flying compared to We Dare speaker's name Captain Scam? Well, honestly tell you, I have not flown the Captain Scam 777, but it's a without having seen it, I can tell you it's going to be a difference between night and day. The PMDG one flies accurate. Anything else? Leave it at that, huh? Especially Captain Zen. Aren't they using the flight dynamics of the 747? And Zeno, am I going to make a 777 system series like I did for the 737? Maybe. Maybe. I have a couple of procedures that I want to cover first, but after that I will probably look into the systems. There's just so much to cover for this aircraft. It's really... We've had a couple major flight sim releases, like we've had the... we've had that time in 2022 where we saw the 737, A320 and MD-80 release roundabout at the same time.
684 heavy, contact Mexico Center on 126.6. Have a good flight.
126.6, Airline 684 heavy. Muchas gracias. Adios.
Adios, amigo.
Okay, 126.6. Well, in the real world, I would now have clicked my chart over here. That would have given me the CPDLC lock-on of the controller. But looks like that doesn't work in the simulation. Probably unsurprisingly. Well, we'll find out. Mexico Center, Buenos Tardes, Airline 684 Heavy, flight level 276, climbing 290.
Cross calling 684, what's the call again?
Lima November Echo, Airline.
At Airline?
AFA?
Airline 684 Heavy, radar contact, climb 2, flight level 350.
Climb 2, flight level 350, Airline 684. Do you have CPDLC?
Negative.
Roger. Okay, too bad, no CPDLC. Flight level 350 is set, and flight level 350 is checked. Okay, so lots of comments I missed in the meantime. Let's go over those real quick. So, Jakob, am I going to look at the latitude crossing today? Yep, I will. I mean, it should be implemented in the aircraft. I went over that in the beta and it worked. But when I tried to cover it in one of my en route tutorials, for some reasons it didn't work. So maybe it broke again, but I know it worked in the beta. We'll go over that. We will go over that, don't worry. We've got lots of time there. So, Zeno, why is the 777-300ER and Freighter a category Delta, but the 200 is not? So, first of all, to put that into context for every one of you, I hope I can find a chart right now that's got different minima for different aircraft. Maybe Mexico does. Let's see. Nah, of course it doesn't. Okay, so anyway, you know, sometimes when you're looking at your approach charts, you can see different minima for different categories, like category Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and so on. The category over there depends on the approach speed of the aircraft at the certified maximum landing weight. And up to 141 knots, it's a category Charlie. From 141 onwards, it's a category Delta. Due to the higher landing weight of the 300ER and the Freighter, those two are certified as category Delta, while the 200LR and the 200ER have a lower maximum landing weight, therefore slower approach speed at the maximum landing weight, and therefore they are certified as Category Charlie aircraft.
Level 430 inbound Judo.
And Brandon, everyone's getting caught off guard by the call sign. You are right. I mean, to be completely fair, we are flying a LATAM livery over here, but LATAM has a lot of subsidiaries in South America, and they all have their different call signs. So I just picked LATAM Ecuador for my call sign, because I thought, well, that's something local. The only real-world call sign was already taken, that's Aeromexico 684. But another guy already reserved that one on the slot. So for that reason, we are basically flying an airline that has 10 aircraft or so in the real world, and that's only small Airbuses. They don't have 777s. I kinda had to make something up here. The freighter would have been perfect for this route, but unfortunately we don't have one at the moment, so we just had to make something up.
Alfa Lima Eco Oscar, va a esperar la llegada de Nul 2 Bravo para pista 33.
And yes, Nate, we'll talk about the latitude crossing stuff in a couple of moments. There's a couple really nice features in the 777 FMC that we can talk about on this flight that become relevant on, well, I wanted to say long-haul flying, but this one technically isn't even a long-haul. It's just 3 hours 50. That's a short flight for the 777. And Carlinho, all LATAM 777 300ER are ex-TAM Brazil. You're absolutely right. I do believe that is why they are registered Papa Tango, isn't it? Like they still have a Brazilian registration, isn't it, Papa Tango? I'm a little bit disappointed that there is no flag on the aft of the aircraft. In Europe, they always have to put the flags on, that makes it easy, but I do believe Papa Tango is Brazil, isn't it? And Zeno, do I know why your tire wear isn't saving after each flight? Just to be sure, you gotta exit your flight through the standard sim menus, and you gotta close the sim using the standard menus, not just pressing Alt F4. If you do that, then normally it should save. But to be completely honest, I'm flying different liveries on all flights, so I probably don't know myself. So, Bootwin, Emmanuel, I think you can probably preset your transponder the way you like at startup, because they do that for the PMDG 737. Have you ever heard of how to do this for the 737? Perhaps it can also be done for the triple.
Mexico 684, can we step away for 10 minutes?
I heard about it, but I'm not going to do that. The reason is that I'm still beta testing new updates of the 777 all the time, and I'm just that little bit afraid that if I start fiddling around with stuff, it would invalidate all the results I would find during the beta test. And that's something I want to avoid here. Okay, reaching flight level 350. Let's go ahead and do a little fuel check there. So, it took us 16 minutes. Fuel on board is 35.6. And fuel used is 5.4. So, quick check through our flight plan. Top of climb, 15, 31.3, 5.3. So we used 100 kilos more, which makes absolute sense, seeing that we're about 4.5 tons heavier. So we used a little bit more. Fuel on board, 35.6 versus 31.3. Means we've got 4.3 tons extra on board. That matches what we loaded up on the ground. And we took about a minute longer. Well, that's fine. I don't really care about that minute. Okay, so our fuel check is looking good. Then we can go ahead and prepare our FMS. So Merida FIR is at Avina. Okay, thanks for that, Mexico Asus. I don't think we need you guys anymore. So let's go ahead and unsubscribe from those Asus updates. MMMX. That terminate. Thank you. And Carlinho, on Flight MTO there is one beautiful Tom Red livery from before the merger. I saw that one. I just thought, well, I'd rather take a current one, but yeah, I saw that one. And it does look beautiful for sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so now comes the harder part, deciding on which en route alternates are going to be good for us. Now, in the real world, I would simply be using the en route chart for that. But in the sim, unfortunately, that is a little bit more difficult, because it doesn't give us all the scrolling options and all the good stuff that we normally have on the real one. So what we're going to do is we'll have to use... we just have to use Navigraph for that. So I am going to open that one in my en route charts. And I will just show you guys the browser version of it, so that we can have a look at our en route airports. So obviously Mexico City up here is going to be a primary alternate for us at the moment. And now we gotta check what's there available en route. Now Mexico City is probably gonna cover us until somewhere over here, so we need a new diversion airport over here. Now, what's that one about? MMTG, well, nah. 2,500 meter runway, I don't want that. What do we have over here? It's TAP
Western Global
Military Airbase. Nah, don't want that as well. What else is there? MMPS? Oh, not exactly a long runway. That one down here. Well, that is a longer runway. MMBT. Let's have a look at that airport in a little bit more details.
Western Global 4535 Heavy, Mexico Center.
Hey Fim, sorry, I hit the flat by now. It's still...
Yeah, I guess that looks like something we could... I do believe that looks like something we could use over here. But if any one of you knows the local area, then of course do let me know which en route alternates you would be choosing along there. But let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and take that one for now. 3,000 meters runway does look good. So that's Mike, Bravo, Tango. So Mike, Bravo, Tango. Here we go. And then we can go ahead and request the weather of that one straight ahead as well. So Mike, Bravo, Tango. Single request of the VATSIM server, sent. And up here we now have it marked on our navigation display. So, waiting for the weather now. But while we're waiting, we can already go ahead and have a look at the next en route alternate we could use along our route. So let's go ahead and bring the Navigraph charts up once more. We're gonna close this one. And now basically we just gotta check all the airports we have along our route and just choose something reasonable over here. So what's that one? Tapajula, I hope. Well, no. No. 2,000 meters runway is not for us. Then up here, La Aurora. Well, that's a 3,000 meter runway. That does seem alright. Let's go ahead and open those charts, have a look. Oh yeah, that's a big international airport. We can definitely take that one. Guatemala City. Okay. Mike Golf Tango. Yeah, we can absolutely take that. So, Mike Golf Tango. No, Mike Golf Tango, that way around. Here we go.
Mexico Center, Air Canada,
No, we don't want to select the diversion yet. And we definitely don't want to make this one hard. Thanks. So, Mike Golf Tango. Single request of the VATSIM server, sent. Okay, so here's the weather for the airport we requested earlier. Currently looking very good. And looking into the future, into the forecast. Well, tempo from 2300 they get thunderstorms. Prior to that it's good, so we can use the airport, since by 2300 we'll be a lot further. And then Carreño, Mike Sierra Lima Papa, El Salvador as next airport. Okay, we'll have a look into that in a moment. And then looking at Guatemala City, got very good weather at the moment. And might just close that. And give me the TAF, please. That's the really interesting one. 1800 till 0700. Thunderstorms, temporary. Well, we gotta keep an eye out on that one then, whether we actually want to use Guatemala City. We'll keep it on here, because it is good at the moment, but the tempo thunderstorms obviously is something that we want to keep in mind. Okay, what we can do is just to go on the fix page, then we take MMMX, and just see how far we are covered with every single one of those en route airports. So that's Mexico City, covers us till here.
American 393, when ready to send a maintain flight level 210.
Level 210, when ready, American 393.
And Carlinho, that's a couple of very good suggestions there. El Salvador, Costa Rica, yeah, those do
American
seem to ring a bit of a bell with
heavy,
me.
Are you able to climb to flight level 380?
Okay, so what do we have next? Mike Mac Bravo Tango, that's up there. And we deemed that one good, so we might as well
American 412, Roger,
put that
thank
in
you.
here
What's
already,
your
because we know that we are covered from Mexico City until here.
88 for American 2412.
Okay,
American 241,
and this covers us all the way to Guatemala City as well. So let's see, Carlinho, you suggested Mike Sierra Lima Papa, El Salvador. Let's have a look at where that is. Up there. Oh yeah, that seems to look quite good. Let's go ahead and request the weather for that to see how good it actually is. Because if that got better weather than Guatemala City, then for sure we are going to take that. So MSLP, single request of the VATSIM server, send. And Quotenwagen Mariana. Costa Rica, Air France flies their 777-300 to that destination. That's excellent, so that is definitely a suitable airport for our aircraft then. So, might just request that as well. MROC. By the way, in case you're wondering why this is looking a little bit like guessing airports at the moment, there is a reason for that. In the real world, first of all, we would have a map where all our suitable en route alternates are drawn in from dispatch. That's basically this map over here. In the real world, we would have all those suitable en route airports marked from dispatch together with the 60-minute range rings drawn around them. So basically in the real world we wouldn't have to guess that along the route, but in the real world we would simply be able to look at that map and that would tell us all the en route airports. Problem solved. And in case we would need an airport where we do not have this... in case we would be looking at an airport that's not drawn into here, we would also have a document called List of Authorized Airports. And that document would tell us straight away if airports are authorized for our use. And to finish things off, to round them off, in the real world, our en route chart also has small markers attached to any of those airport symbols en route, which tell us directly whether these airports are authorized for use or not. So that's really making things about as easy as it gets. Unfortunately, we don't have that in the sim, so... well. And my Cyrillic friend, we are waiting for a flight through the North Pole, for example, Dubai to Los Angeles. Yeah, the sim has real issues going north of 85 degrees north. Basically, your frames go down to slideshow at these latitudes, so I'm afraid that's not really gonna happen, but we might do some polar crossing, I don't know, maybe just south of 85 north? Okay, so for now, new weather has arrived. So, what do we have? Well, we'll start with, we'll start up here with El Salvador, look at the TAF, and they have from 2000 tempo thunderstorms. Well, that's, yeah, we can't really use that as well. However, it's good to know that looking at the forecast of Guatemala City and then looking at El Salvador, in El Salvador the thunderstorms are forecast to come in much later. In other words, they're probably moving from down here up there. That's in an easterly direction. That is probably the general movement direction of the front of the weather system. So that's something for us to keep in mind. Okay, well, we can certainly live with that though. Let's see the next one then. So if we look at Costa Rica, over here also from 2000 thunderstorms. So it's basically like the entire area is forecast with those thunderstorms. It's not illegal for us to fly there. We can absolutely fly there. But in a situation like this, I would say it's probably a good idea to set up continuous updates for those airports. So let's just go ahead and cancel all of those out for now. And what we'll do is we'll just keep an eye on those airports. So what I'm going to do is twit request, then we've got MROC. Give me automatic updates please from the VATSIM weather. And then we'll do the same from El Salvador as well. MSLP.
I'll give it a try.
And we'll go for automatic updates here as well.
Alright.
So like that, if the weather starts deteriorating anywhere, and we'll just do the same here at Guatemala City, because that's where the weather seems to come in first. If the weather starts to deteriorate, then we will get hold of it.
Mexico 684.
Well, apart from that, we're out of the immediate vicinity of mountains. Well, not really. There's still enough of them. Okay, yeah, we'll just cancel that out.
Mexico 684.
I think you approved him out of cockpit.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Okay, thank you.
Mexico Center, American 3245.
Okay, so what we would do, of course, now, knowing this general weather situation, knowing that the bad weather would come from the west and move to the east. In the real world, you'd simply go to the weather radar and you would monitor the front on the weather radar, because obviously any bad weather that might move in, well, has to show up on the radar, right? So like that, you could basically plan ahead and decide on which alternate airports may be suitable at what time. That's about as easy as it gets. That's what you would do in the real world. Unfortunately, in the sim that doesn't really work because of Asobo radar, but, well, you get the general idea here of what we would be doing. Okay, so we've got automatic weather updates. Then we can just do another fuel check, passing over at Oscar Alpha X-ray. So, over Oaxaca, 30 minutes, 29.3, 7.3. Time is okay, fuel is okay.
Who called again?
Fuel used is spot on. Okay, that's excellent.
Sur 2229.
Sur 239.
So with that, we're basically covered over here and we can start to settle in a little bit. Quick look at our arrival, 21:33. Let's see what the schedule is. 2100. Interesting, that's quite a bit of delay. Well, 10.3 we have.
Mexico 684, contact Merida Center on 128.3. Good day.
And 5.6 we need, so we might just as well go ahead and see what happens if we put the cost index up. So, remember those numbers, 33, 10.3. 29, 10.6. Yeah, we'll do that, so we'll fly faster. That definitely seems to make sense. Okay. So, Brandon, are they bringing the Asobo radar to the 737? I would probably expect so, yeah. Okay, new weather here. Yeah, there we have it already. MROC reporting light thunderstorms. That's why we're monitoring this.
Have a good day, thank you.
So MROC is kinda out of the Costa Rica is kinda out of the equation right now. Over here, thunderstorms are coming up as well, yeah. Tempo 3000 thunderstorms. So yeah, that's why we gotta start playing already. That's where all the long-haul stuff comes in, guys. That's, of course, we do have plenty of airports available here, but with an aircraft as large...
For heavy contact, Merida Center 128.3 today.
128.3, Airline 684 Heavy, bye. Let's see if they have CPDLC. Nah, doesn't look like it. At least not by looking into the controller info. Merida Center, Buenos Aires, Airline 684 Heavy, flight level 350.
Airline 684 Merida, get a radar contact, flight level 350.
Okay. And Das Scharf, hi Manuel, do I think MSFS 2024 will feature a realistic weather radar? No, I don't. But I do find that argument on the weather radar strange. They say it's for licensing reasons, but as a matter of fact, MSFS does not show precipitation in the same place where it is in the real world. So why is there license problems? If they just make up artificial positions for the rain, then how can that cause any trouble for Meteo Blue? I don't understand that. Doesn't seem to make sense to me. It more sounds like they're just trying to find an excuse why they can't do it. I mean, to be completely honest on that weather radar problematic there, there used to be a time where Active Sky was the weather add-on of choice. Everyone was basically using Active Sky. And everyone thought it is an awesome add-on. And then Active Sky introduced the weather radar, and everyone could see what those awesome looking fronts actually looked like in terms of physics, in terms of how the frontal systems are made up. And all of a sudden it turned out that while they've been looking rather beautiful, there was not any realism in what it actually depicted. The fronts just didn't look like real fronts. And, well, maybe Asobo is running into a similar problem. Maybe they try to avoid creating a weather radar because it would make it obvious for everyone that the frontal systems just don't make sense, that the frontal systems just aren't realistic. Maybe that's what's going on. It's just a guess, but that's how it used to be with Active Sky back in the day. So even looking at the current Asobo radar, the frontal systems don't really look like what a real front would look like. So, well, maybe that's part of the problem. But again, that's only just guesswork. We don't know that for sure. Okay, so what we can do is two things. First of all, let's enter that step climb at Setri into the FMS. Because the optimum step climbs calculated by the 777 FMS, they just don't make sense. I'll tell you why. So, the step altitude over here is a really basic function in the 777 FMS. It looks at the optimum, it looks at the maximum. It ignores the recommended, just to mention that as well. So, what it does is, this one wants to be as close as possible to the optimum level. So basically, when we are in 350 and our step size is RVSM, with RVSM it tries to follow the standard semicircular rules. So going eastbound we'd fly 350, 370, 390 and so on. So the available levels it can calculate here obviously are 370 and 390. Now, this one is going to give you the step climb immediately once the optimum reaches 360 and the maximum is 370.
Canada 34,
however,
55 contact.
You really don't want to climb all the way to the maximum, because your margins up here and down here would become so incredibly small They might even become 0.
Canada 345 contact.
That's why you never want to climb to the maximum levels. Now, in the real world, 777 pilots normally want to have about 700 feet margin to the maximum in calm weather conditions and about 1,000 feet margin to the maximum when there is chances for turbulence. So with that in mind,
Canada 3455 Merida.
with that in mind, the step up here would take you all the way to the maximum. But we don't want that. For this reason, some airlines would just go ahead and enter step climbs manually in the legs page. So we've got C3 at flight level 370 planned. So we can just look for C3, just make it 370S. And normally an airline's flight planning department would take this into account. In our case though, looks like the step point is, again, pretty close. I do believe that is probably a limitation of SimBrief, because this is of course all rather advanced dispatching stuff, and taking into account that SimBrief is freeware, well, it's a very, very good freeware, but probably not perfect then. Okay, so overhead Alsal is going to be our next FIR boundary, so we can go ahead and enter that in here. Alsal, 210 miles to run. And G. Walker, in regards to the discussion whether Asobo should change the weather radar or the weather provider, I don't think it's an issue with the provider. I think, in my private opinion, and that's really just my private opinion, not based on any facts, that Asobo probably just doesn't want to do the radar and simply throw the excuse in that they can't license it. And virtual airport and plane spotting. What app or mod is the hand with a tablet? Well, that's just part of the standard PMDG 777. So you can replace the tablet to several spots, like you can stick it up the window, or you could stow it down here. By the way, really nice detail that they still have the cable up here. Or you could just put it over here, but since you can't, you know, since you can't just stow the, or since you can't just put the tablet down on the screen over here, since it would slide down, that's why they put that hand in place to kind of simulate the pilot holding the tablet there. Okay, so let's just quickly try and deal with the problem we have at hand. That's the fact that thunderstorms start to set in over there. And obviously that is something that we do want to keep an eye on. So, obviously, if we can't land anywhere here, we just search for an outlet somewhere over there. So we've got to find something that's a little bit further down the route that is suitable for a diversion for us. So let's just have another look into the en route charts. Here we are. So we basically covered ourselves till about here. Amrock, we had that. So Panama City would be the next one down here. Is that MPPA? Yeah, I think Panama Pacifico. Now that's the small one, they have two. MPTO, that's the one, Tucumán. That's the large one. So we... quick check. Yeah, more than large enough for a 777. I do believe either Air France or KLM, one of the two is actually flying there on 777s. So that's MPTO. Let's go ahead and have a look at that one. And see what the weather is like over there. Just so that we know at all times where we want to divert to. So MPTO, single request of VATSIM, send that out.
Merida, American 01.
American 001.
Yeah, actually we are on course to November Oscar Tango Alpha Lima.
Okay, here it is. And that weather is actually looking pretty good. So let's have a look into the forecast.
Sorry, say again the
From 2100 thunderstorm rain. Okay. So, same problem over here that all the other airports have as well. Okay, well, so Panama isn't that good either. But let's just make a quick check. So MMBT was the last one that was good all the time. So MPTO. If we just enter that here and draw a 410-mile ring, let's check what we get. Okay, that ends over here. In other words, one of all those airports in here needs to be suitable for us to be able to continue flying over here. The good news is we have so many different we've got so many different airports over here. Even if some of them are reporting light thunderstorm and stuff like that, you could probably still land there. So MROC, light thunderstorms, CB. We could go there if we need to. It's not ideal though, so
thank you very much.
Just something to keep in mind. Then MSLP, if we look at that, they only have TCUs at the moment, so could certainly go there. Or actually there was a newer one. Yeah, TCU and CB. Tempo 3000 thunderstorms. Okay, that's tempo. So we could divert there as well. It's not ideal in terms of alternate airports, but honestly this is typical Central American, Caribbean weather around this time of the year. That's really typical weather for this area. And it's legal to fly here. It's not nice, but it's legal. That's why we set up the continuous updates for our en route alternates. And so we simply keep flying. If something really happens, then we gotta check which airport is good at what time, and then make a decision based upon that. That's long haul flying for you guys. That's the kind of stuff you do. As you can see, we're already 45 minutes into the air, and we've been pretty busy by now. Alright, might as well take a moment, just a moment, to enjoy all the lovely weather that we actually have down here. Because it does really... One of the things that I like about flying long haul is just to look at how different all the... how different the Earth looks like all over the planet. And I really... For me personally, that's one of the highlights flying long haul. Like, one day you fly to Las Vegas and first you cross like Europe, you go north from Germany to Norway. That's already quite a change in the terrain. Then you fly across Iceland, or maybe even north of Iceland, but then you've got Greenland, and that looks completely different again. After Greenland comes northern Canada, which once again is completely different and rugged terrain. And then as you slowly set down in Canada into the southern domestic airspace, and then into the US, an hour later you reach the Rocky Mountains, you fly over the Rockies, again completely different terrain, and ultimately you land in the desert in Las Vegas. That's so incredible to watch. Likewise, if you're flying down to Africa, first you go over southern Europe, which is characteristic, then you've got the Sahara Desert, then you've got the rainforest, and then eventually you got all the deserts of the southern part of Africa. Just incredible to watch and see all of that fly by and just see how different our planet actually looks like. That's really one of my highlights flying long haul. Really is. So, with that out of the way, time to answer a couple of the questions you guys posted. So let's just settle the aircraft in for cruise. Can definitely put the sunshade up here. RFO can also protect their eyes. Likewise, close this, close this, close this. I'm just going to keep this open because, well, for as long as we see a little bit of the terrain, it's definitely nice to see it, and definitely nice to see all of that pass by. Of course, the second most important thing here, putting our seat all the way back, and being able to stretch our legs a little bit. I do like to have the en route chart open while we're in cruise, because I do really believe that the en route chart gives us a very good situational awareness, even better than what the navigation display provides. Well, McFly, Guda aus Frankfurt, hi! And Brandon, did I work my flight to FS Expo or did I just catch a ride? I worked it actually. I was pilot flying on the sector down, and then PM on the way out.
Maria Center, good afternoon, Luna 2109.
And Diguligu, my apologies for probably not pronouncing that correctly. I have a question. How does the 20 listed page 2 alternate list request can be useful in simulation? I tell you honestly, I don't think it is that useful, because there is no company behind it sending you that information. Just my opinion there. And quote Wagneriana, and from the cockpit you actually see something in the cabin with those bullseye windows, and the chance that you are not actually seated next to one, the passenger experience is different. You're absolutely right on that, and it is a pity.
Good morning, good afternoon, Air Transat 797 at flight level 340.
And Carlos Gauna, hi, you should fly to MMPS Puerto Escondido. It's very beautiful. I'll give it a look. Well, sure enough, my airline doesn't fly there, unfortunately, but I'll see.
Abuna 2109 Merida.
And Zeno, when you get your type rating on the A330, why do you also get the A350? Don't they have different systems, etc.? Well, they have a little bit different systems, but only a little bit. There are differences, but it's only a couple of days in a simulator, and then you can fly the A350. Technically speaking, you're licensed to fly it straight away, however you still need your 3 takeoffs and landings within 90 days in order to be allowed to carry passengers, so that is obviously a bit of an issue there.
And Air Mexico 180 direct Alpha.
Direct Alpha, Air Mexico 180.
Avia David asked, is the use of time compression allowed on VATSIM? I would imagine over the ocean it wouldn't hurt. Yes, it generally is allowed. However, when you're flying in an airspace that's controlled by air traffic control, then you need to ask for permission from the controller. And you must use it in a way that you don't impede the simulation experience of others. For example, right now we have traffic 40 miles in front of us, and obviously we would not be allowed to use time acceleration now. We would have to go 10 miles off track, and then we could use acceleration to go past him if the controller would allow it. And Rowdy Davido, is the A330-900 any different than the 300 when operating it? Well, there are no major differences. There are some small ones, of course. I mean, similar to the 737 NG and 737 MAX, or the A320ceo and A320neo. So there are, of course, some differences there, but not really big ones. And Budwin Nissan, Emmanuel, did you ever try GSX passengers in the plane? Is that not something for your channel? Honestly, I didn't really bother. And here's the reason why. That thing is closed. And in the real world, honestly, you don't have much to do with the passengers. You make a couple announcements, you do those from the cockpit without even thinking about going to the back. But you don't really end up anywhere in the back interacting with passengers much. You sometimes talk to passengers when you fly. You sometimes talk to passengers when you go to the lavatory to go to the toilet and stuff like that. But if you then run into a passenger, maybe you have a little chat with them. But it's not all that much. Okay, weather update. So, let's see what we got there. MSLP, 5,000 meters RVR neutral, showers of rain, broken clouds, few CBs, tempo 3,000 thunderstorms. Okay, so it looks like that might have already moved through. If we just compare that, MSLP, let's have a look at the previous weather. Well, that was the previous one. Okay, no, actually the weather seems to be moving in. The previous one over here did not have any precipitation yet, and now we have precip over there, so that weather is just about moving in. And looking at the weather radar, here's some returns, here's some returns. We know it's moving more or less that way, even though the wind's coming from the opposite direction, but it's got to move that way, so... Well, this might affect Guatemala City in a few moments. Well, not all that much conclusion that we can draw out of the big picture for the weather here. Not all that much of a conclusion we can draw out of it. For the moment. We'll just keep an eye open. Any of those airports can be used if we need to. And that's the important thing. So from there we just keep on flying. Okay. So then we can go ahead and have a look at what's coming ahead of us. And then the Apple Cheap. Why are you bringing passengers in the toilet with you? Well, if she looks good... Just saying. Okay, let's not move it down into that direction, because I know that the next comment is going to be about cabin crews. No, we are not going to move into that direction today. And by the way, the crew rest area is much better for that. And Pedja Rakan, will I make a video with impressions from FS Expo? Yeah, I thought about it, but the 777 just... had priority over everything. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Going a little bit further up, Carlino, can I show the Easter eggs? Well, you probably refer to that topic Matthias posted, but if I'm completely honest, I'm not 100% sure what he means as well. Like, I think I know what kind of animations are available over here. He probably refers to the QR code you have down here. Like that one down here. Cockpit crash eggs, and well, give that QR code a try. Give that one a try. Maybe there's something on here on the fire extinguisher? Maybe they changed some of the text? I'm really not 100% sure what Matthias meant with the Easter egg himself. Like, you can't take that out and hit any passengers with it, that's for sure. And the axe would be much more suited for that as well. Well, what do we get if we look back here then? Well, I generally don't want to take the PBE out.
But yeah, Center, we are on a standard, and there's an issue with X-Wing fall.
Not sure, to be honest.
And going down, everything is fine in cruising. Roger, not an issue.
Apart from that... anything over here? No, not really. I honestly gotta say, I'm not 100% sure what Matthias meant with that Easter egg. Maybe something down in our flight bags? But not really either, huh? Did they put something in the holder of the... No, they didn't put anything in here either. Honestly, I don't know what Matthias meant there. I haven't found that Easter egg yet. I simply haven't found it yet. And there's new weather once again. MSLP once again. And that is not looking good. So they just issued another SPECI. That is a special weather report, SPECI. So that's what they are called when they release weather reports outside of the normal operating environment. And well, they're reporting thunderstorms now. That is the reason why they have that's the reason why they issued that SPECI. A SPECI just is a META at a non-standard time. So MSLP is not really good for us at the moment. So we gotta forget about that one. Let's just see MGGT, what we've got over there. So Guatemala City, where is it? Oh, the last one said unavailable. Let's just see. I'll try to request that one more time. MGG, what is it? T. We'll try that one more time, see what's going to happen. And striking Scorp, the pen clicks. Yeah, that's true. Big Johnson added me on Volanta, please accept. I don't use Volanta, I'm afraid. So, nothing I could accept there.
Okay, Mexico 684, contact Cinema 135.5, good night.
135.5, Aero Mexico 684.
Okay, so that one up there gotta be the Aero Mexico. Over Alsal. And the frequency was 125.5. We can pre-select that already because we know it's going to be next for us as well. Here we go. Okay, so Guatemala City at the moment. Let's just check the full report, see if there is anything tempo in there. No, Guatemala City is good now. So they've got weather up here, but not down here. Even though this might of course be moving in. Well, for now, Guatemala City is good. And over here it is. Okay, and Mexico City, we are out of range for that, so we can delete this. And instead, we can put Panama into here as a possible en route alternate. Okay. So that's the latest weather situation. Nah. Here we go.
001, contact Monterey 124.5, good night.
Okay. And since there is nothing more to be seen over here, well, we can look at the weather. Obviously we can see that there is a little bit of weather in here, so that's something that we can take a look at, but that's really it. Okay, so can certainly see that through the sunshade as well. So our next step climb is going to be at some time. Over at Alsal we're going to do a fuel check. Because the next waypoint then is like 45 minutes out, roughly. And Tyler Aviation 99, how do you get the green dashed lines? That's over the fixed page. So you draw an airport there, and then you just enter slash and the distance. And that's how you can draw these. As you can see, we're well covered within 60 minutes flying distance of any alternate airport here. Now, technically speaking, we wouldn't even have to insert those rings. I really just do this for situational awareness right now, so that I know where my next en route alternate is. But in the real world, in the 777, they would only insert those rings for ETOPS flights. And they would just use the alternate page for anything else, because over here you basically get all that information as well. You could even go ahead and update the alternate page with the winds and the altitude at which you want to divert, but once you start doing this, you will open up a whole tin can of new discussions. So we are not gonna go about that just now. Okay, new weather from SLP. It's showers of rain. Oh, wait a moment, 1800. We already had later weather. That's not right, is it? Uplink. SLP. Yeah, we had one from 1826. Okay, disregard this. Yeah, even that kind of stuff sometimes happens. So... And Joran van der Werf, hi from Aeromexico 688, about 1 hour behind you. Have a great flight. Thank you very much. You too, Joran. And Metal Eye, behind the tablet maybe. Yeah, there is a little Easter egg over there. Let's just put that away for a moment. So, can we see it from here? Nah, we can't. Okay.
Airline 684, contact Cinema 135.5, good night.
135.5, Airline 684, good night. So, 135.5. So, what are these guys called again? Got to be written somewhere within those lines here.
November 5601 Victor, going to need you to stop your climb to level 300 for traffic test.
And of course it isn't. Well, so be it. I believe it's Central America or something. Well, if you don't know how the air traffic controller is called, you just do it like this. Santa Buenos Tardes, Airline 684 Heavy, flight level 350.
And for 684, San Center, hello, welcome aboard.
Easy as that, isn't it?
684, I'm going to need you to resize your car.
Senna Mare, okay. Oh, that's an interesting call time as well. That's the kind of stuff that you can normally look up on the en route chart. I hope that Navigraph is going to improve a little bit on that.
Yeah, Mexico 684, change your set squawk to 5744.
Actually, let's go ahead and take a quick moment to see if Navigraph is able to do that kind of stuff on their en route chart. So if we have a look at the Navigraph app itself over here, then this one is a bit more detailed than the ones that we can implement in the virtual cockpits at the moment. So over here, basically, we just click somewhere here, and then it actually tells us airspaces, Central American FIR. If we go on information over there, that's the kind of... Yeah, that's the information that we're looking for. That's how we use en route chart. So over here we have the call signs, San Mare, and all the different frequencies they have. And in the real world you'd get even more information, like if you need to report several minutes before entry, you have that a lot in the Middle East and in Asia, for example. So that's the kind of stuff that you normally do with an en route chart. That's really handy. That's really handy. I hope they can implement that in the virtual cockpit at some point. That would be very helpful. Brandon, what is the format for creating your own waypoints? Oh, new weather. Okay, we'll quickly deal with the weather first. So that is MROC. Well, that's a TAF. That's not really too interesting to us. But they still have tempo from 18 till 2100, so that's exactly our flight time. Exactly the time we're passing by 3,000 meters, thunderstorm rain. Okay, so, well, we'll have to keep our eye on that. That's pretty much all I can say about this at the moment.
Marginer 539, back.
Okay. So, that's out of the way then. So, the question was, how can you create your own waypoints? So, there are a couple ways how you can do that. Heck, let's just go over that. Oh well, new weather again? Well, that's from 1826. We had that already. We know that. Thank you. So, creating own waypoints. There's a couple different formats that you can use. The easiest one, of course, is just by the waypoint's coordinates. So, say for example, we want to go well, over any of those really. And I tell you what, let's quickly go ahead and do the fuel check here at 684. Oh, sorry, at Alzal. So Alzal, an hour and 7. We now have an hour and 8. We crossed this one 3 minutes earlier, so it was an hour 5. So we saved a little bit, but we're flying faster as well, so that makes sense. Position fuel 29.3 versus 24.7. That also makes sense. Should have used 11.8. And at that time we had 400 kilos more, so we had used 11.7. So the fuel check is good. We can continue like that. Okay, so now let's deal with waypoints. Sorry for all the interruptions, by the way. So there's the standard waypoint you would use is via coordinates. So you've got those coordinates right over here. And normally anything like ETOPS entry, like FIR boundary, equal time point, all of those things would be given in coordinates. You simply type the coordinates in and insert them over here. And that's it. Now, the next possibility you have is to create place bearing distance waypoints. So, for a PBD waypoint, you could, for example, take your next waypoint, and let's say we want to draw a waypoint on a radial 180 and 20 miles out. Then we take that, type in 180 slash 25, and you can see, now we've got that PBD waypoint right over here. Let's erase that again, because we don't really need it. You can also do along track waypoints. So that is if you want a waypoint along your route somewhere. Let's say ATC wants us to report when we expect to be, I don't know, 100 miles before Abdel. Then what we can do is Abdel slash minus 100. You can see now it inserted a waypoint along the route 100 miles before Abdel. About as easy as that. So, just received a message on WhatsApp over here from Liu Yang. Hello, I'm flying Mexico City to Winnipeg while watching your video. Your video is very professional, thank you very much. Well, thank you, Liu Yang. That's really appreciated. Thank you. Okay, so now let's go ahead and test something. I was asked if we could test this a little bit earlier. So that is, I don't even remember the correct name of those waypoints. Basically, the 777 has the ability that you can create a custom waypoint along the route at a certain latitude or a certain longitude. So first of all, let's check what our position actually is, our coordinates. So we're at 13 north, 92 west, heading more or less southeast bound. Okay, let's say we want to insert a waypoint at 90 degrees west. Let's just pretend we want to do that. We can do west 90, I believe.
West 3005, Roger, wings.
Or is it west 090? It should be something like that. I'm not entirely sure on the format of entering this. You should be able to insert it like that. The same for a north coordinate. Let's say we want north 10. Should be able to insert it somehow like that. Or is it 10 north? I don't know. This is something that I looked into briefly in the beta. And it used to work back then, but looks like something is not working 100% here right now. Unfortunately, I don't have my iPad with me, otherwise I could look it up in the AFCOM, but I'm afraid I gave my iPad to my girlfriend, and she's using it right now, so no way to look into the AFCOM right now. I know, very bad prepared. Not prepared very well, I do admit that. But that's fine.
And Laxa 611 due for traffic.
And Thomas Silva, hello, can anyone say to me if CBDLC is totally operational on the 777 or has it still the problem of not accepting instructions given by ATC? It should be fully operational. That was only a problem in the beta. But as far as I'm aware, they fixed that before the airplane went out to customers. So as far as I know, that thing is fixed. It was unfortunate that this issue was in the first version sent to, well, the press or to the media, but overall not all that much of an issue for sure. Now, Zeno, could you explain why we switch on the rightmost hydraulic pump first before switching the other three? Yeah, that's quite easy. If you've got hydraulic pressure on any of the, or if you don't, no, if you have hydraulic pressure on any of the left or the center systems, but not on the right system, then fluid transfer is going to take place from those systems into the right system. And you don't want that to happen. You want the fluid to stay in the systems where it's supposed to stay. And for that reason you would turn the right system on first and off last. So, Burger Water has asked, hello Emmanuel, when do pilots use the waypoints issued by dispatch and when do you use the beam waypoints?
Cancun 128.3 American.
I'm not 100% sure as to what exactly the question is about, like, when do pilots use waypoints? Use waypoints issued by dispatch, like, which kind of waypoints issued by dispatch? A beam point would normally be used if you fly direct to a certain waypoint and you want to keep your previous waypoints for fuel checks, for example. That's when you would use a beam point. But I'm not sure what you mean with the first part of your question. My apologies for that. And 14E1230, Nabend Emanuel. Hi, nice to see you. Vina Vin in the comments. Since build 36, my plane is frozen twice already. Make sure to report those to PMDG via a support ticket on support.pmdg.com. And hopefully they will be able to gather enough data that they can sort all of these freezes out. But be sure to raise a support ticket, and they are actively working on these things. Now, Garen van der Poel, any updates on the 737 MAX from PMDG? Not at the moment. As far as I'm aware, the last information was that it's going to come at some point either towards the end of the 777 cycle or in between the 777 and 747. So, no updates for the moment. But I think it's going to be interesting to see what the Asobo 737 MAX is going to look like in the upcoming FS 2024. Because they said it's going to be the most complex default aircraft they've done yet, so looking at the level of detail that went into the InnyBuilds A310 and InnyBuilds A320, I am rather hopeful that the Asobo 737 MAX could turn out to become a very good aircraft as well. So, with a bit of luck, we will have a good tool to get us over the time until the PMDG MAX comes available. At least I surely hope so. But looking at the 787 and the 747 and what they did to those aircraft with the aircraft and avionic updates, which I'm sure the MAX is going to have out of the box, then I'm pretty positive that we are only going to see very good quality default stuff there. In total, I really have to say that the default aircraft have gotten so incredibly good in this simulator. If you just take a moment and think back at the default airliners we had in FS 2000, in FSX or in P3D, well, we didn't have default airliners there, but if you take a look at the default airliners in FSX, or what the initial versions looked like in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and then have a look at what the default aircraft look like now, then the progress they made is enormous. That's really, really excellent. Okay, new weather coming in. And this one is actually new. So, from 1835, that's, well, half an hour old by now. So, visibility 3000 towards the northeast, otherwise it's 10 kilometers. Thunderstorm rains and CBs. Tempo now 1500 meters in heavy thunderstorms and rain. In other words, right now, at this airport, the weather is really moving through.
November 473.
So SLP is right over here. We've got the weather radar open. Again, this is now Asobo weather radar acting up. With these weather conditions over here, you would absolutely expect some very deeply red returns right over the airport over here. What's interesting though is that you got really bad weather here, but Guatemala City next to it is good. So that's, well, interesting. Okay.
Welcome back.
So, time to sit back and relax again. So, Major Lazaire 182. Hi Amy, does your airline convey European Championship soccer results via ACARS? I've seen some other airlines do it so pilots can inform their passengers. They do when we ask them for it, so we could write our operations and ask. I did that a couple of times actually during the second last Germany match, the one against Denmark. But normally we don't need to, because we've got a feature in our onboard internet that anyone can access the internet for free in order to view the European Championship soccer results. So that is made available for free to the passengers through the onboard internet for everyone. I really like that, so that way we don't have to send ACARS messages and do announcement all the times. But if a passenger wants to look it up, just take your mobile or take your iPad, log onto the onboard internet, it's available for free for that purpose, and then you can view the results of the current matches. And Boudwin, Emmanuel, do you have a recent video about the graphics settings you use in MSFS? I'm afraid I don't, but it's basically just the default Ultra now. It's the default Ultra, but I have turned on DirectX 12 in order to use frame generation. But that's my settings now. Nothing fancy in there, just the standard out-of-the-box Ultra. And Steve has asked earlier, do you know how to dim the analog standby instruments in the 777? It does not seem to be working. I'm afraid I don't.
128.3, 60 pass.
So Garen Vanderpool asked, I flew on the A320 last week. At 10,000 feet I heard 4 beeps like normal and saw the emergency exit lights come off and on. What button does the pilot press to make that happen? None at all. That happens... Don't let me lie to you. That happens with the no smoking sign in the auto position and the emergency exit lights in the armed position. I think the emergency exit lights run a little self-test there and then turn themselves off at the higher altitude. But I'm not 100% sure how that works on the A320. It might be different on the 320 than it is on the A330. So don't quite quote me on that. So Brandon, with time acceleration in the PMDG 777, does it proportionally advance the sim time? Yes, it does. Basically, the time acceleration used by the PMDG aircraft just uses the standard simulator's time acceleration. So PMDG just uses the controls for the MSFS time acceleration in order to speed up the time and the aircraft's movement in space. However, the autopilot detects this deviation. The autopilot detects that and has its own flight control laws for time acceleration. And that's why the aircraft can track the route and maintain the altitude so accurately, where other aircraft just lose, well, basically just lose control when you go in time acceleration. Okay, new weather at MROC.
Oh, Mexico, who's checking in 7?
Aeromexico 18.
Ooh, that's some weather. That's some weather, I tell ya. So that's 1,000 meters visibility in thunderstorm and rain. Well, isn't MROC actually a departure airport for the Cross the Land event? Man, we flew from the wrong airport. That would be a lot of fun with that kind of weather at the moment. That would really be a lot of fun. Well, I should probably be happy we didn't fly from there, but man, that's not exactly the kind of weather I would be hoping for. Okay, so for now we remain on Guatemala City. That keeps us covered until here. And then from here we gotta see maybe MRLB, what's that one called again? I do know that there is long-haul operations into that. Let's go ahead and get some update from there. See what it's like. Request that. So, let's see what it's gonna look like. And then I'll be right back to looking into the chat. So just give me a little bit of time. Weather always comes first. And flight operation.
Tenemos el control, muy buenas tardes. Este es el Pluna 2046 con usted.
Because that one's right in the middle. That would really solve a lot of problems for us. So let's see, the current weather is thunderstorms in the vicinity, but not exactly at the field. I believe the ones reported in the vicinity are actually over here. So that might just about work. The wind is 220 at 7. So 220 at 7, that's roughly into this direction. So yeah, those thunderstorms might slowly move over. But nonetheless, for now this one is good. So for now we can just use this one. So looking into all of those, well, Guatemala City is good for now. Then MRLB is good as well. So might just about enter that as well. So that gives us a good idea of all the airports that we have at the moment that are acceptable in terms of weather. Okay, looking into the forecast though, tempo from 2000 till 2400 thunderstorms. So yeah, that is going to onset by the time we are there. And it's going to be like 45 minutes till we arrive there. Can nicely see that down here as well. 56 is our ETA, so yeah, pretty much when the thunderstorms are forecast. But we keep an eye on it. For now, this one is usable.
365, zero contact on Cancun Center 128.30.
Okay, go to 128.3.
And that's how we go from one airport to another. Always keeping an eye on the suitable en route alternates that we have. But it's nice to see that we actually have a little bit of a challenge with the weather and not just cavalcade everywhere at the moment. Still remember, on the Cross the Pond we just had very good weather everywhere, so we basically didn't need to do anything. For now this is quite a bit more interesting, the way this is going over here. But yeah, if you're flying to Africa, then if you're flying to the southern part of Africa, or to Mauritius or something the likes, then you always go through areas where you have weather like this. You always do. Because of that's of course because of the presence of the intertropical convergence zone. And actually, thinking about it, we might just about be flying through the intertropical convergence zone here as well. That is why the weather may be this bad everywhere here. It's summertime, so the ITCZ, intertropical convergence zone, is at its northernmost position at the moment. So it might very well be where we are at the moment. That's probably the reason for all the weather. However, in its presence, I would certainly expect a little bit more CBs and everything over here. Couple nice en route thunderstorms. Okay, new weather over here. That's Oh, that's quite a couple of airports actually. Well, very good. So, let's start with Guatemala City. So, they got a few CBs at the moment, but apart from that, it's very good. Couple of CBs in the south, but overall good conditions. So, Guatemala City is actually pretty good at the moment. So, let's cancel that away. Then, we've got MROC, which has a little bit better visibility now, but still thunderstorms in the area, and CBs. So they still have thunderstorm rain here, not exactly where I would want to fly. And then we have MSLP, 3,000 meters towards the northeast, thunderstorm rain. So tempo, 1,500 meters, heavy thunderstorm. This one is out. MSLP, we are not going there. That one is out. But the others are actually okay. So that's alright, we can deal with that. So, leaving the 410-mile ring of that Mexican airport we had. MMBT. Can delete that. So for now we remain based on Guatemala City. And we can use MRLB as well.
You too.
Alright. And did we get anything for Panama City recently? Let's go ahead and request that one actually.
Air Canada 451,
MPTO.
continue climb about 360. Continue climb, flight level 360,
Oh, fast. Okay, Panama City is actually very good at the moment, so we can keep using that one as well. By the way, in case you haven't seen it, look at that. When you enter an airport on the alternate page over here, that is not on the maximum range of the map, then you get that arrow pointing to the airport together with the distance information. Pretty nice when you're flying ETOPS and are further away from the nearest suitable airports. But okay, so for now, Guatemala City is good, MRLB is good, Panama City is good, so we're covered for the next hour and a half or something. And then we'll just keep an eye on... what's it for us? I mean, yeah, that guy is getting closer, so...
Mexico 684, side your mag number.
Well, let's see. Maximum 369, so we'll ask for 360 if he asks us to slow down now.
Roger, are you able to increase that number?
Unable for Aeromexico 684.
Roger, thank you. Break, then Ecuador 684, side your mag number, please.
Well, LAN Ecuador. That's gotta be us. I confirm that's for Lima November Echo 684. That's Airline.
Yep. Lima November Echo 684, side your mag number, please.
Lima November Echo 684, Mach decimal 84, and we would, if available, we would prefer climb to level 360 than to slow down.
Okay, here we go. So LAN Ecuador 684, same team, about 360.
Thank you very much. LAN Ecuador 384, that's Airline as far as I'm aware, the call sign. Climbing flight level 360. Well, that's the problem solved then, because the guy ahead was getting rather close now, but ATC did a very good job to spot that, and he did an even better job solving the problem by simply climbing us to a higher level. So that's exactly how ATC would do this stuff. Oh, that's climbing a little bit fast here. Level change. You see, going to level change, autothrust starts pulling a little bit of power off in order to reduce the rate of climb to something a little bit more decent. And Markus Korbel also flying on the event up to New York, and the last 1 and next 2 hours nothing but ocean. Why is this one called Cross the Land again? Oh yeah, I feel you, my friend. Okay, VNAV And here we are. Now we can... Now, we basically won double here. Not only can we overtake the aircraft in front of us, but look at that, we're also closest to the actual optimum level. So what we can do is we can change the step size to 1000s, so that it calculates when we should climb to flight level 370 is recommended. But let's see what it's going to calculate. Yeah, recommended 360. Perfect. We'll see if we do the step climb to 370 in 300 miles. 58, that's in 30 minutes. Our maximum and optimum basically increase by about 100 feet every 10 minutes. Every, well, 10 to 13 minutes, they say. Well... We'll probably stay in 360 for a while. I don't think we're going to do this step climb here. For that reason, let's go ahead and actually delete it. And see what the new estimate is. 1029, 10.6. That's okay. We can deal with that. Step climb 370 in an hour. Yeah, that might work. We'll see about it. We'll see about it. Of course, the unfortunate thing right now for the Aeromexico in front of us, he's flying quite a bit slower, and over the last hour and a half, we basically caught up 25 miles. In other words, as soon as he is within 10 nautical miles from us, he will no longer be able to get a step climb. So we are basically going to block him out and block his step climb for pretty much the entire rest of the event. So that guy will be stuck down low in 350. But honestly, especially when you're flying over Africa, where ATC can be very, very conservative, and where sometimes you need a separation of 100 nautical miles. Especially flying in Africa, honestly, this kind of, let's call it tactical step climb, is really what you do. You look at where is someone else, you look at, okay, I haven't reached my optimum step point yet, but before that guy steps up and blocks me out, I'm just going to step a little bit earlier, and then I block him out. That's, yeah, that's what you do sometimes. I like to call it tactical step climbs. Obviously that is not an official thing, but it's something you consider, of course. Okay, so where are all those thunderstorms that have been reported on the weather radar? Of course, it looks like very good weather conditions here. We keep talking about thunderstorms, but looking out the window, I can't see any of them.
It seems like you are out of your space, it means you need to contact to Cancun Center, possible at frequency 125.8.
Okay, so time to sit back and relax a little bit again. So, lots of questions in the meantime. Well, where do we even start? Let's start from the bottom, or the latest first. So, Boudwin. Emmanuel, I thought the 747 was replaced for the 777 mainly because of fuel efficiency, right? I still like to fly the 747 model also. Do you think the 747 will ever return with more efficient engines? Fuel efficiency was one of the two reasons. The 747, if I'm not entirely mistaken, uses approximately 12 tons per hour. The 777 is a little bit better. So if we look at it down here, we can see we use roughly 8 tons per hour in the 777. So that's already 1/3 better fuel efficiency, 33% better. On top of that, there is another reason, and that is maintenance cost. So 4 engines need double the maintenance than 2 engines do. So that is also a primary reason why the 747 is getting replaced. Also, we have to keep in mind how many passengers fit into each of those aircraft. So the 777 in a typical configuration takes anywhere around 350 passengers. The 747 doesn't take that many more. The 747 takes maybe 380 in a normal 3-class config. So the difference in the amount of passengers you're carrying extra doesn't make all that much of a difference, especially not when compared with the extra fuel usage. On top of that, keep in mind that the only advantage of the 747 is that you have more space in the aircraft. And there is only 2 airlines that actually make proper use of that space. That's Korean and Lufthansa. How do they make use of that? By installing huge business classes. If you look, for example, at the Lufthansa 747, they have a business class that covers the entire upper deck and almost the entire forward half of the airplane on the lower deck, except for that little first class, 8 seats I believe in the nose cone. But then you have business from behind the first class all the way to the root of the wing. And you've got the entire upper deck as business class as well. That is where you earn money. That is why Lufthansa can fly the airplane efficiently. That is how Lufthansa can earn money with the 747. And the same applies to Korean. Other airlines would not really be in a position to fill up the business classes of those aircraft. And therefore, they aren't able to earn money on them. On top of that, Lufthansa of course has the advantage that Lufthansa Technik has all the expertise at hand for the 747, and they offer contracted maintenance services for a lot of cargo operators. So that also covers Lufthansa, and that also covers a lot of the cost that Lufthansa incurs maintaining those 747s. So keeping that in mind, that's the big advantage that Lufthansa has. And I bet that Korean is probably the same, even though I don't know details about Korean and how they operate their aircraft. But to answer the question whether I ultimately think that the 747 is going to come back, I don't think so, because the 777X now is big enough that it can carry a similar amount of passengers but on 2 engines. And the evolution in engine design, the advancements made, just made it possible that you can now fly on those aircraft like the 777, like the A350, and get an enormous range advantage and just operate more efficiently, really. So, Gavin Vanderpool asks, do you know if FT-Sim is making a sound pack for the Inibuild A320neo? I don't know, but do send him a message. If you're a Patreon anyway, you should be able to contact him. And if you're not a Patreon yet, it's $2, and I really think he's doing an awesome job with what he's doing, so consider supporting him. And then you can of course send him a message as well. So then,
Confirmer, Aero Mexico 684, can we step away for 1010?
Jose asked a little bit earlier, hi Emmanuel, nice to meet you. One question, do you use active sky or live weather at the moment? On this flight we are using live weather, because I had a couple recent flights. Basically I recorded all those long hauls that I recently did on the channel using active sky, and on those long hauls my sim was just not showing the correct weather at the destination. So for example, when we did that flight into Nairobi where we were supposed to have a broken cloud coverage and there was clear skies around, well, I enjoyed the good views, but that kinda is something at the moment where I think, well, I rather give Active Sky a little bit more time to update their stuff, and then I can always come back to it. And Klong, I got onto the FTSM Patreon, but I can't see the 777 on there. Any idea? Just search for 777. I think you should be able to find it. Unless you took it offline in the meantime, but I don't think so. And Boudwin, one more question. What about replacing the 4 engines with 2 engines? Is that not easy for Boeing? I don't think so. Mostly because the aircraft is built to have those 4 engines. So it's built for 4 generators, 4 hydraulic pumps, and all that stuff. And attaching that to 2 engines, well, works to a certain degree. I mean, if you look at the 777 over here, you can see that you've got a main generator and a backup generator as well. And those are attached to the left engine, both of them. So you've got 2 generators per engine already, but nonetheless, you can't really make the effect of 4 engines up with 2 of them. On top of that, those 2 engines would have to be able to supply a lot more bleed air. Those 2 engines would have to be able to do a lot more things. They would probably have to get a lot bigger to be able to do that. And I'm not sure if you could actually fit something like that under the aircraft. And if we start talking about fitting aircraft under Boeings where they don't really fit under, that leads us to an area that Boeing is probably not too happy talking about at the moment. So, Garen, what laptop would you recommend for MSFS? I need a laptop because I need something portable, but with high frame rate. Okay, so I bought a laptop earlier this year, and I've got an i7 13700 in there, I believe. Might be 14700. Don't quote me on it right now. And I have a 4090 in there. And you need a decent CPU, but you need a very good graphics card. So get yourself something with a 4080 or a 4090 in there, so that you have that graphics power. And that should work. Now, cost anywhere between $2,000 and $3,000. But it's really worth investing that. So, Steve67, why is the thrust not in cruise mode? So that refers to that one over here. And cruise mode is an option. So if we have a look at our airline options down here, we can go PMDG setup, aircraft, equipment, and here it is, FMC cruise phase thrust limit. So there's 2 available, either cruise or climb. Now, cruise, well, we can just install that for a second. So thrust limit, if we now put it into cruise, you can see we're basically losing about 3 to 4%. Now, the advantage of doing that is that your airline or your engines will not run above a certain temperature. The disadvantage of it is that if you enter turbulence, if you enter conditions where you really need that thrust, then you first need to go init rev, thrust lim. Oh yeah, now I can select max continuous thrust. And there have been incidents, almost accidents, basically serious incidents by definition, where air crews got themselves into dire situations because they forgot to increase the thrust limit and therefore didn't have enough thrust available. And for this reason, many airlines choose not to install the cruise limit at all, because cruise is no real limit. It's something artificial made up for maintenance procedures. The only real limits you have are toga, max continuous, and climb. And for that reason, many airlines just don't use that cruise limit, because while it does save you some maintenance cost, it comes with a great danger of putting your aircraft safety in jeopardy. And well, most airlines make the right decision by not installing that. My old airline used to have it, and after we had such an incident, they made it SOP that as soon as you reach top of climb, you had to select maximum continuous thrust manually as your limit.
Air Mexico 684 back on frequency.
Welcome back. Delta 17.5, please continue climb.
So, Vlad asked, hi, I have a 737 related question. What does the service interphone switch on the overhead panel do? I noticed that it is almost always off. So service interphone, we have that on the 777 as well, by the way, over here. Service interphone basically enables the ground engineer to plug themselves in any of the plugs that you have on the outside of the aircraft. Let's just go to the outside for a moment. So, if you look at an airplane like this, then the primary communications method for the ground crew, or for the ramp agent or pushback driver normally, is that you plug yourself in at the nose wheel, and that plugs himself directly into the flight interphone. So the flight interphone is the one where the pilots talk on, and the flight interphone therefore is the one that you are normally using. The service interphone now enables the ground service provider to plug themselves into any of the several headset jacks that you have along the airplane. So I'm not 100% sure about the 777. On the 737 you've got some at the engines, at the fueling station, in the wheel well. You've got some at the aft part of the aircraft as well. So you can really plug yourself in almost everywhere. But this is primarily intended for maintenance. And the reason why is that you can carry out certain maintenance procedures and have both engineers in a similar area, for example. Or personally, what I used the system for the most was when I had to conduct refueling supervision. So when you're doing fueling with passengers on board and you're standing at the outside of the plane to monitor the refueling, but it is raining, then personally, I always retreated to below the wing and plugged myself in on the wing route. But in order for the colleague in the cockpit to be able to hear yourself, you have to put the service interphone on. The disadvantage of the service interphone is that it runs through the same system that the cabin crew uses. So the cabin crew is able to listen in, and they normally have no idea what's going on when the pilots and the engineers are suddenly talking over their interphone. And that normally leads to chaos. So that's kind of the purpose of the service interphone system. Okay, so we've just passed overhead Abdel. Let's do a little fuel check here. Abdel, hour 51. We're in the air for an hour and 50. Should have 19.3. We have 23.5. So that matches with the 4.5 tons that we loaded up extra. And finally, fuel used 17.5 versus 17.2. Well, we are of course using a little bit more fuel because we opted to fly the higher cost index. So the aircraft ahead of us is now 6 miles ahead. So in case of decompression we just make a right turn out. But we will be passing overhead in a few moments. Then looking at the weather. 3 new sets of weather. So Guatemala City is reporting light drizzle. So slowly but steadily weather is setting on at Guatemala City as well. So the weather is slowly reaching Guatemala City, but the good news is we're almost out of the 1 hour range. So MRLB and Panama City are now the 2 governing airports for us, or the 2 most interesting at least. Now let's see what we got over there. MROC. That one over here. 1000 meters visibility, thunderstorm rain. Nope, definitely not gonna go there. And finally the last one, MSLP. Where's that again? That's behind us already, isn't it? Well, 1500 meters neutral, thunderstorm rain with gusts, so we're not gonna go there anyway. Okay, well, we might just do a little bit of weather management then. What was it again? Guatemala. MGGT. We can terminate the auto updates here, because we basically have passed the area where we need it. Then we can check for MRLB. Just get that weather once more. And apart from that, Panama is Panama City is then the governing airport for the rest of our flight. Okay, thunderstorms in the vicinity, but the rest is pretty much steady. Oh, that's good. So we can still use this one. By the way, what's it called? I always say MRLB, but let's just go ahead and grab a couple of the charts. Liberia. And I do believe they do have a precision approach on one side. Yeah, ILS 07 and 4 knots tailwind, so we can use that. So if we need to divert right now, then Liberia it is. So we can remove this. And we can remove this. Liberia it is at the moment. And then we've got Panama down here as needed. Now, we might just as well have a look at what's gonna come after Panama. I mean, this is still an hour flight time away, but we always want to stay on top of things. But I think by then we could probably already start looking at our destination. Yeah, if we take an hour flight time on top of the 2 hours we have already, then we're 3 hours en route. 350 is what we're aiming for. So, might as well be using the destination after that already. Let's just see. So, next boundary. I've been lazy. Should have entered that. Bogota at Boldo. Here it is. Long time to go. I mean, that's what we have the en route chart for, right? This one tells us where the next boundary is going to be as well. Okay, back to our destination ring. That is what I wanted to do. So Guatemala City can go SEQM /410. Yep, this covers the gap. So we can use Quito as our next airport, and that covers the entire route. And in that case, we can already go ahead and grab our destination weather here. Let's actually see if an Atus is available. So, SEQM. Let's just see if anything actually becomes available there yet. Yeah, here it is. Excellent, so Quito information, Charlie. Visibility is very good, light wind, very good clouds. Excellent. So with that, the weather is good. We can continue our flight. So, SEQM going into here already. And here we go. So Liberia is our current alternate if needed. Now, if the weather deteriorates over here, then we'll be in range just to go over to Panama if needed. And from there we can already continue on to the destination. So basically, in terms of weather, we are nicely covered now. And that concludes what we had to look at over here. So, Victor Kinma, what airline livery do I have on? That's LATAM. LATAM Ecuador. Well, LATAM Ecuador is what our flight number belongs to. Technically speaking, they don't have 777s, so it's LATAM Brazil that we have over here. The former TAM. So, Haxenbayer LP, any idea where I can get the ACARS beep sound to use as a notification sound for my phone? Well, what you could do And I'm not giving you this one as official advice because technically speaking it is illegal, but you could take a program such as Audacity, that basically an audio recorder that can record the sounds of your computer. Take that one, start a recording, request something on the FMC so that the beep plays, and then use that audio recorder in order to remove all the background sound and isolate that ding-dong. And that should work. That should give you all that you need in order to set up your notification sound on the phone.
133.0 para Pluna 2011. Gracias, chao.
Okay, so Goodwin. Emmanuel, do you as a pilot have live internet global weather in the cockpit like you can find everywhere on the internet nowadays, or do you only have METAS and your flight plan and briefing info? Oh, we do have internet on our in our aircraft, and our EFBs automatically connect to that, and like that, well, our entire en route chart app, the basically the Lido en route app, that one has internet connection, and that one is able to download weather for any airport. So basically it works quite similar to Navigraph. Let's bring that one up once again. So, you know, with Navigraph, you open the en route chart over here, you select your airport, and then open airport, weather. Here we go, that's our weather. And we can do that on our en route, we can do that on our en route charts in the real world as well. The Lido app is capable of doing that, and as long as the internet connection works, depending on where you are in the world, it doesn't always work 100% reliably, but depending on where you are and if the internet connection works, normally it does, let's say in 95% of the cases, then you're able to get weather like that as well. And indeed, I kinda like doing that, but nonetheless, we would normally still print out our weather at least once for every airport used, because normally I would make some notes on the weather printout. For example, for every airport that I use, I would have a look at the approach chart, and then I would write down, okay, I've got an ILS approach runway 07, the minimum is at 200 AGL, 1200 meters RVR required, and then on top of that I would also add the runway length itself, so 07, 2747 meters. So, like that, I would make myself a couple of notes next to the weather printout. For that reason, I would still print out the weather at least once. And, well, once I printed it, then obviously I don't need it again afterwards. But at least print it once so that you have those quick notes available.
The factor is 20210.
Okay, here we go. That's the Aeromexico 684.
350 center, continue climb for level 320.
We are catching him, slowly but steadily. We'll be overtaking him soon. That's what I meant earlier. We're completely blocking him off from any step climb for pretty much the entire rest of our flight. The only item that we actually have to hope for is that we have overtaken him far enough that we will be able to descend in front of him without VATSIM ATC doing strange stuff like, you know, vectoring people 45 degrees off the route or something that they sometimes like to do to create separation. But I think we've got, well, we're 2 hours into the flight, so we have an hour and a half to go. We started with this guy being 40 miles in front of us, now we're almost on top of him. So by the time we reach our destination, we'll probably be 20 miles ahead of him, and then we shouldn't have any problems with the separation either. And Christoph, by the way, has asked, how common is a go-around in the real world? I've done, I think, 6 or 7 go-arounds in my flying career yet. I believe it's 7 now. I had to do one with the A330 recently. Yeah, that makes it 7. So 7 go-arounds. 7 go-arounds since I started flying. Well, maybe... I don't know, it's hard to average out, because sometimes you just... you know, sometimes you're flying in generally bad weather conditions. And, you know, then you just do 2 or 3 go-arounds a day. And then sometimes nothing happens for years. I have once flown with a captain back in Ryanair.
Yellow 4940, advisory copy.
That captain was upgraded when he had 3,000 flight hours, which is like what Ryanair normally does. Once you've got 3,000 hours, they upgrade you. But he hasn't done a single go-around in the real airplane yet. Of course, you do them in the simulator regularly, but, you know, happens.
Destination V10 1 Delta, climbing in level 200 for runway 02 and 560 to 049.
So, lots of questions there. I'll try to go over them all. So, Zeno has asked, what is the equivalent of a PAX off takeoff on the 777 like on the Airbuses? Generally, Boeing doesn't like unpressurized takeoffs. That's how they call it, unpressurized. They are allowed, but normally airlines would want you to do an APU to pack takeoff first. So normally you will be using the APU to pressurize the aircraft, and only if the APU is inoperative, then you would do an unpressurized takeoff. Big Johnson, does the cockpit voice recorder record pilots talk about NSFW things? I don't know what that discussion, what that abbreviation stands for, but yes, it generally records everything you say on the cockpit. Nico Cabres, I've been flying for a year and I have done 2 go-arounds and I did them 2 days in a row due to wind shear and tailwind. Yep, that's exactly what I meant. Sometimes you end up in such general bad weather situations where you've got a large bad weather area and then it just happens 2 in a row. Oh, Big Johnson, NSFW, not safe for work. Honestly, yeah, it does record you doing that. So be it. The CVRs on all my fleet basically record 2 hours of conversation, so yeah, most of the stuff you say is going to be erased by the time you land, but even if not, you know, so what. The cockpit voice recorder really is one of those things that you simply get accustomed to. It records what you say, yeah, so be it. And, well, the only good news is that an airline cannot simply go ahead and read out the CVR for no reason. They can only read it out for a reason, and even then they can only use the parts that really matter for the situation that led to the readout. And they can't hold you accountable for anything you might have said an hour earlier when you talked about the lovely cabin crew. That's the good thing here. In the European Union at least, that's European data protection law for you. In other countries it might be different, of course. So, where is the Aeromexico? There he is. Man, we're overtaking him quickly. And by the way, just look at this beautiful 777 over here. Especially with the clouds in the background. I think this picture looks really good right now. The lighting conditions on the engines as well.
We're ready to cut.
That's MSFS. Really good graphics. I like them. I really like them. And Big Johnson, no, pilots don't really avoid talking about certain things because they might be recorded on the voice recorder. But nonetheless, you try to avoid politics or religion just because it holds so much of a potential for, you know, issues popping up between you and the crew. For example, with the current conflicts in Israel, we had one Israeli cabin crew member recently, and in my airline, cabin crew like to attach flags of countries to their lanyards or to their uniforms, and, you know, many of them attach a flag of the country they like for their last holidays and stuff. But since that guy was Israeli, he attached an Israeli flag to his uniform. Now, we were flying to a Muslim country, and we did have a couple passengers that were pretty unhappy with him because of that Israeli flag. So that politics issue could have been avoided if, you know, that politics issue could have been avoided if he simply didn't put that flag on, and that's the reason you try to avoid politics. You never know if even your colleagues, like, let's say you might have one person from one political or ethnical group, or you name it, and then you might have one from another, and the two groups don't like one another. Well, that must not cause any issues for work. So for that reason you try to avoid politics. And the same goes for religion. That doesn't mean you would disrespect them or anything, quite the opposite, but it just means at work they bear a huge potential for conflicts to arise, and therefore, well, and therefore you try to avoid that. And Zeno, have I ever had any bad experience with a captain? Well, obviously there have been some that I didn't get along with so well. That's normal. Happens. Nothing to worry about, honestly. You've had your CRM training. You know, in the worst case, you sit next to one another, flying 8 hours through the night from the Caribbean back home, and you just don't talk with one another. Yeah, that may happen in the worst case, if you just really can't get along. But I haven't had any CRM breakdown or something where, let's say, you really got in a conflict with a colleague. I haven't had any colleagues like these. Not at all. And Quoten Wagneriana, should have replaced it with a rainbow flag instead. That'll probably go much better in those countries. Yeah, another one of those things that I would try to avoid. If I'm a guest in a country and the local culture doesn't appreciate something, you know, then I abide by that. You know, if we fly to a Muslim country, then I would encourage my cabin crew not to use the smallest possible bikinis they have at the pool as well, you know. Or at least only use them at the pool and at the beach, but not when walking through the hotel and stuff like that. That's just respect for the local culture. And Big Johnson, have you had bad experience with a captain that had a bad smell or smelly mouth? No, not at all. But the good thing is, the air conditioning in a cockpit would prevent you from smelling anything. You can sit in your seat and poop, and the way the airflow works in the cockpit, any air that you have here on your side is sucked out through the vents that are located at the pedals. So the air on your side doesn't mix with the air on your colleague's side. For that reason you can poop in your seat and your colleague's not gonna smell it. Well, unless you do something exceptionally bad, but let's not get into that. Okay, new weather at MROC. And we've got now 2,000 meters to the southwest in thunderstorms. So that's still moving through.
Can we climb up higher for flight level 352?
Bianca 981, give me a second please, I cannot find my screen.
04940, ready to go, 03.
And guys, of course I only know that because I paid attention in the theoretical instructions for the aircraft.
04940, roger, winds 1, correction, wind 0202.
Of course.
Runway 02, clear for takeoff.
Now, virtual airport and plane spotting. What airport is the busiest, Frankfurt or Munich? Well, that's Frankfurt for sure.
The radar contact, continue flight level 350.
Flight level 210, for flight level 310.
So, Charles Johnson asked a bit earlier, when taking off in the 777, halfway down the runway, a green light that says hold comes on the flight director screen and the engines cut power. Well, let's quickly explain how the takeoff sequence works. First, when you press the toga button, you get thrust ref, because your engines run up to the reference thrust. At 80 knots, they change from the auto throttle maintaining the reference thrust to the auto throttle just holding the thrust levers in their current position. And when that happens, then there is an option in the PMDG options. I can show you that real quick. So menu, PMDG setup, options, simulation, and where is it? Here, auto throttle manual override. Over here, the default option is in hold mode only. So if your joystick is sending out a little bit of noise, so if your axis isn't 100% accurate, if your joystick is sending out a little bit of noise here, then your joystick might override the throttle input the moment you change from thrust ref to hold mode, and then your throttles go back to idle. Normally, most joysticks are doing rather well when you press toga, and then you move your physical joystick all the way into the maximum toga position. Normally, if you've got a bad axis, they don't really cause that much noise at that point. And that normally avoids the issue, or in the worst case, your thrust simply increases to maximum, but doesn't decrease. And Jake the Afjeek became a business class member there for 16 months. Afternoon, Captain. Another milestone. Glad I could make it for the flight on the best long hauler in the business. Thank you so much, Jake. Thank you.
Welcome 41 to me. Ready to taxi.
And Nick Schulte, do I know why the Route 2 page is not available in the PMDG 737? Yeah, mostly because the actual airplane that PMDG surveyed didn't have that page. It's an option in that aircraft. In the 777, the Route 2 is standard. In the 737, it's optional, and PMDG does not model that particular option. And Oggy Bodoggy, what's your take on the industry at the moment? Are airline hiring, or is it pretty dead? Oh, they're hiring as much as they can. Most airlines need more pilots than they can possibly get at the moment. It's a very good time if you want to change your job. Okay, so we just passed over at Setri 20 miles ago. So a quick fuel check here. Where is it? Setri, 2 hours 16, we now have 2 hours 15. We are flying faster, so that does make sense. But if you just want to verify, we can go to the position report page. Passed it at 58, so 3 minutes ago. So we saved like 5 or 6 minutes. Position fuel 20.7, and we are supposed to have 16.4. So we are now 4.3 tons ahead. We loaded 4.5 more. So we burned 200 kilos extra. That's the result of the higher cost index we're flying. 20.2 fuel used versus 20.6. Makes sense. Happy days. Continue.
We'll call you, thank you.
So, recommended level 370. No, we're not gonna do that. So this is what I talked about earlier, that your 777 FMC wants you to step climb when it just doesn't make sense. Right now it even says step to flight level 370 in 100 nautical miles. By that time, the maximum level is going to be something like 373, maybe 374. That's too close. You don't want to step yourself that close to the maximum. In clear air like we have it right now, keep yourself at least some 700 foot distance. For that reason we're going to ignore that step climb. And looking at this, just about an hour and a bit to go, we are not going to do a step climb at all anymore. So step size 0. Now it calculates a more accurate ETA and fuel, since it now knows that we are not going to step climb anymore. Here we go. 29, 10.6. Easy going. Happy days. So that was quite a couple of questions that came in the meantime. Nick de Koch, my apologies for not being able to pronounce that. Do you think the other models of the 777 are going to be cheaper, similar to the 737 pricing? I think the structure is going to be similar to the 737. However, I can't really comment on what the exact pricing is going to be. I'm pretty sure one of them is going to have an entry-level pricing. And if I just think about the popularity of all the three remaining models PMDG is going to do, we've got the Freighter, which is a very popular plane. We've got the 200ER, which is likewise a very popular plane. And then we have the 200LR, which is, well, not exactly a popular plane. So that kind of gives me a hint as to which one might be the entry-level priced one. For the others, I don't know. If I need to take a guess, I would say the 200ER is probably going to be more expensive than the Freighter, because the ER has 3 different engine options, while the Freighter only has the GE90. So the 200ER probably needs a little bit additional, a little bit more work to be developed than the Freighter. So for that reason, I assume the Freighter might be cheaper than the 200ER. But that is really just guessing here. I have no insider information that I could share on that topic.
Canada 225, Canada Center, hello, continue climb 2, Kilo 380.
So, our top of descent is coming in on the nav display. In the Airbus we often say the Feierabendbanane. That little arrow pointing down. Well, anyway, we can see the end of the day approaching. That's always a good sign. So, MSLP, well, it's so far behind us it doesn't really matter anymore. MSLP, automatic, terminate. Don't need that anymore. So, we don't need Liberia anymore either. We might just go ahead and do one more request for Panama. MTTO. Send that one.
935, maintain 1 to 12,000, the QNH 101,000. 120 and QNH 1006 for Delta 4, Copa 1935.
Okay, so I missed a couple of you guys over there. So, Boudwin, Emmanuel, one more question. I meant earlier, do you have live weather fronts with precipitation and winds in the cockpit? Yes, we get that on our en route charts. So, I believe Navigraph has that available as well nowadays. Let me find it. So, if you go into the Navigraph map and take your layers, now where is that actually in the online map? You could overlay some stuff here. At least I could swear you could. Oh yeah, here it is. Weather. Here you go. So we can do this in the real world as well on our en route charts. So like that we can see top-down views of everything. Note that you have shaded areas like here, which is where there is simply no weather radar available. And then you have the lighter areas where you've got weather coverage available. So over here you can see what you have here.
Copa 1935, we're going to be leaving 1 Alpha into runway 02.
So yeah, you do have that in the real world as well. Okay, so Panama is still reporting excellent weather. That's good. That means we can get rid of Liberia, because Liberia still has some chance for thunderstorms in the area. So we can get rid of that. And then erase. Thank you. That's it. And here we go.
Walk 4128, set squawk 5621, please.
Five 621 for walk 4128.
And Johnny asked earlier, what is the tattoo policy for the industry? Can you have a sleeve? Well, in my airline, you are actually allowed to have tattoos, even some that may be visible. It has to be within a decent range, so you can't just, you know, tattoo your entire body, but some may be visible. Other airlines just say you can have tattoos as long as the uniform would cover them. And again, others would say you must not have any at all. So that's just, well, different policies, I'd say. And Cycling has asked, what is the maximum age to become a pilot when you want to start from scratch? I don't think there is any. You can literally do the license whenever you want. Of course, there will be restrictions in place later as the maximum age where you are allowed to fly at all. So those may of course play a role, but overall, I don't think that there is a maximum limit for you to start the training. And Zeno, does the 777 have the problem of the smell of the forward lavatory entering the cockpit like the 737? Well, I actually asked one colleague flying the 777 and he told me no. Lion McCoy, hi, nice to see you here. Hi Amy, have you had the chance to take a look at the MD-11's release date? Unfortunately not. I hope to be able to check it out soon. And Marco Milone, does step climbing not infringe IFR flight levels, or is this allowed given the low traffic around you? Yeah, basically, you can ask for any flight level. Asking doesn't cost anything. ATC will check if they can make it possible, and if they can, then they will give you the level. If not, well, then they will decline it. But on long haul, we actually rather often don't fly at the correct semicircular levels. Especially when flying oceanic, you often just get any level you request, regardless whether it fits the semicircular rules or not. And same over here. Since the traffic flow of the event is clearly east to west, or northwest to southeast, if there is no oncoming traffic, why not give us this level? It was a very good solution to the problem that I've been eating up the aircraft behind us, the one that's now 10 miles behind. We've been overtaking him, so why would we slow down if there is no opposite traffic? Just climb 1,000 higher and overtake him. And it's even the most aerodynamical level for us as well at the moment. Optimum 365, recommended 360. So, you know, why not? Af Apollo, hello, where's the clock? Down here. That's our time. That's our elapsed timer. And if you're looking for your date, you can have a look at the status page, and over here you can get a nice date. No, just joking, of course. Back there you can get a nice date, but that's a different topic. Now down here, you've got the entire clock, and on the PFD, you've got the UTC time and the elapsed timer. Saves us having to carry another line replaceable unit, LRU. Saves maintenance cost. And of course, makes the airplane weight, I don't know, a couple kilos less. So it probably earns the airline money.
345
Alpha Zulu loves my content. Thank you very much.
45, Center, hello.
And Quotenwagnerianer, so no second career as a commercial pilot for most professional modern football players. Yep, but it might be good that way. They are usually a little bit too whiny, you know? Usually modern football players are a little bit too whiny. They fall for everything and start to complain. If we did that as pilots, no. No, it's good that we don't do this. It's very good that we don't do this. So, Kevin69 Banana Merrill said, do you think the recruitment rate for Lufthansa Flight School cadets and Lufthansa Group airlines will be high in the coming years? Yeah, I definitely think so. At the moment, they don't even have enough applicants to fill the spots that they have. So, it's a very good time to apply right now. It's a very good time. So, virtual airport and plane spotting. You have the weather layers tab at the right down corner of Navigraph. I think you probably posted that a little bit in the past, but
Air Canada 225, contact on
that's not on the... Wait a moment, that might have been for us.
Air Canada 225, contact.
No.
Next center.
No, over here, unfortunately, we don't. Would be very nice if we did, but... No. Hopefully they can add that with a future update, because that is a really, really handy feature. Oggy Bodoggy, do you fly anything general aviation in your spare time? Not really at the moment. I thought about renewing my single engine license last year, but in the end I didn't do it because it's, I don't know, would have cost me a couple $1,000 to renew the license, and then only in order to, you know, do 2 or 3 flights with a girlfriend, with the family members, and then you let it be again. Not really worth it.
3170, flight level 170, request higher.
And Alpha Polo, thanks. I meant the chrono switch, which is usually next to the PFD. You got the clock switch up here for that? So that one starts your chronometer down here, and up here on the nav display. You can use that one. And Zeno, does the standby compass move a little when the APU starts, like in the A320, since there is so much power traveling? Honestly, I never looked at that. No clue. I know that the sun shades move when you fly through turbulence. That is implemented. But no clue about the standby compass. Never looked at it. Honestly, that's not the kind of stuff that I would look at as a pilot, you know. I really wouldn't. And cycling, if you apply for Swiss and get accepted, you even get the training paid. Yeah, it's very good that we get some of these programs again. We really need those times to come back. And let's be honest over here, right now is a very good time to become a pilot. But we never know when the next crisis is going to hit. Like, COVID was completely unexpected. A friend of mine finished his license just about a couple months into COVID, and only now he finally got a job, starting on the 777 soon, towards the end of the year. But, you know, it's very hard to look into the future of aviation. All I can say is right now is a very good time. Whether the times are still going to be good by the time you finish your license, no one can promise that. A couple of flight schools have very good offers right now though, like Swiss paying the training, Lufthansa saying that if they don't hire you into one of the group airlines within 2 years, you get back half the money that you paid. There are some options right now that are certainly worth exploring, and let's be honest over here. You always have that risk that you might end up in a bad time when you become an airline pilot. You can never start your training and know that you will have good times towards the end of it. Aviation is too dynamic for that. We will never know about it. We will just never know. So it's always a bit of a gamble. But in my opinion, that is part of why the pilot salaries are justified to be as high as they are. Honestly, I earn very good money as a pilot. I absolutely do. But I had to take the gamble to invest a lot of money to become a pilot, and I might as well have lost that gamble and then ended up in a bankruptcy, which would still affect me to this date if it happened back then. And there is of course always the big risk that your airline might just go bankrupt and then you end up on the street, and there are not many employers available. So part of the compensation package you get as a pilot, part of the money that you get, simply covers the fact that if you end up on the street, you can be happy if you find a job in the same country again. Let alone anywhere near where your house is, anywhere near where your children go to school, where your friends and family are. You don't have these choices as a pilot. Think of all those colleagues who lived in the United Arab Emirates for 20 years. Then COVID came and Emirates fired them and gave them a notice of 7 days to leave the country. Imagine that. It's been your home for the past 20 years. And then they do that to you. And this is the kind of risk that you get paid as a pilot. That is why you get very good salary. Because when the times turn against you, and they will eventually through your career, when the time turns against you, then it will become seriously expensive and you will have to make serious sacrifices. So, passing Radim. 2 hours 36 against 2 hours 34. 13.8 versus 18.2. That's the extra fuel we uploaded originally. Used 22.9, should have used 22.7. Excellent.
No one handed me over to you, so yeah, I know I'm here.
Not a problem, thank you.
River Raid 82, what do I think about flight plan adherence over Central or Middle Europe this summer? Honestly, I'm not a great fan of the concept, because, well, a flight plan is only valid for so much. A flight plan is a very good theory, but the entire system of flight plan adherence lacks the ability to adapt. So, especially in summertime, there will be slot delays. You will not fly as per your flight plan anyway. You will not fly the time at which your flight plan is filed. And if you don't fly at that time, then anything else basically becomes void anyway. The same goes for all the other traffic around. So, in my opinion, they need to improve the look-ahead features of the en route displays, because the argument for flight plan adherence is, of course, that a current sector can only check its own sector and maybe the adjacent ones to see if there will be conflicting traffic if they give you a different flight level than the one that's been planned. But let's be honest over here, we live in a world where the entire air traffic control system runs on computers anyway. Sure enough, a computer should be able to check, 20 sectors down the line if you will be able to fly at the higher altitude or not. And, well, in the worst case, give the pilot the requested level, and if he is unable to maintain it, or if the traffic situation demands the pilots to change the level, well, then change the level then. But give it a try. That's my opinion there. And you can always return to the original level.
Amil 4508 pesado.
And cycling. I actually disagree with you. So that comment was in regards to getting laid off and having to change your base and stuff. Your reply is yes, but if you work at, for example, Lufthansa, you have some protection by the German government, and that's different to the UAE, I can imagine. Well, ask the colleagues at WinWings, ask the colleagues at Sun Express, where they simply shut down the companies. Ask the Ryanair colleagues based in Germany who were under German employment law as well, and ask them how many of them had to sell their houses because they couldn't pay the debt anymore, because the salary got reduced by over 50%, because the German state thought that no, you work for an airline abroad, even though you pay your taxes and your social insurance in Germany, we do not cover you. And they are still at the court fighting that one out. So nope, the German social system isn't worth all that much in these terms. Okay, that's new weather for MROC. Well, we don't need that anymore. Let's cancel the contract here.
Let's go. Which group are you? Let's go 318, roger. Stand by for handoff. It's to decline to 340. Let's go 318, continue climb to 340 and contact Merida now 128.3.
Okay, so just looking behind us here, the Aeromexico is now like 15 to 20 miles behind us. Then separation-wise for the approach, it shouldn't be much of an issue. And looking at this, we will be #1 on the way into Quito as well, so that's quite good. 400 miles to run. Weather over there is looking good anyway.
We passed waypoint Leaksas about 2 minutes ago.
That's the 455. I was just going to call you. Echo to Guayaquil now 128.3. Have a good day.
1.3 for Lam Chile 2455. Bye-bye.
So Santa Cargo 8260, radar service terminated, contact Panama 132.0.
So, Christoph, by the way, how long does it approximately take from starting your pilot training to sitting in the cockpit? I would say about 3 years, maybe 3.5. The pilot training itself takes anywhere between 2 to 3 years. They say 2 years, some say even less, but let's be honest, most pilots take longer for the theory
German Cargo 8260.
because they need to invest more time into getting the theory done. So, say 2.5 years. Then you got to apply with the airlines, so give it another half a year until you found a job. If you're lucky, might take longer. And then you got to do the type rating and stuff, so by the time they employ you, until the start of the type rating, pass another couple months, then you got to do the type rating, is another 3 months, so anywhere 3.5 years. I think that's realistic, from the start of your training to actually sitting in a cockpit of a passenger aircraft.
8260 5x5, now contact Panama 123.0, good day.
123.0, cargo 8260.
Western Global.
And River Rate 82. Exactly, to be honest, it's quite extreme this summer. Due to traffic and weather, it's allowed for us to change the level. Personally, it hurts if an aircraft is requesting higher level and I'm not allowed to issue it. I can totally understand that. And I really think they should upgrade those computers so that they are able to do the proper forecast of what's going to happen down the line in the next sectors. Right now it's more or less a guessing game, like, yeah, if the aircraft doesn't arrive at the level, then the next sector might get overloaded. Yeah. It's all working on computers. They should be able to predict that. At least in the European airspace. If aircraft are coming from elsewhere, like from Africa, entering from Asia and stuff like that, okay. I do get that, but...
Copa 1935, clear to land runway 02, winds calm.
So, they are trying to reach a couple of aircraft there, but I didn't hear our call sign in it. I do believe I heard the Aeromexico behind us, though. Well, that's something Spanish with contacto radar, that means radar contact, so he's probably identifying someone. But I'm kind of trying to listen out, because we've marked our next FIR boundary here, and we are approaching the boundary, and they're trying to reach aircraft, so that is always a good sign for us that we might be involved. But, well, we'll see about it. We will see about it. So the next one is Bogota, I guess? Yeah, Bogota. Until Moxas. Okay. So, lots of comments again in the meantime. Very hard to keep up actually right now. So Jake the Afgeek, what's the reasoning for not changing the thrust limit from climb to cruise while in the cruise phase? Primarily that's because if you went to cruise, you would have a much lower maximum thrust, and that would pose the danger of getting yourself into a stall situation much earlier, because you don't have the ability to just power out of it.
Aeromexico 686, a ver.
Aeromexico 686, that's 787, isn't it? Okay, well, not for us. And Alex, is my girlfriend a flight attendant? No. And I just wonder, since you talk about charming cabin crew quite often. No, that's really something that I always say in my real life announcements as well. Like, you know, many cabin crew just smile a bit when you say something like that. So, hey, if I can just, you know, invest almost nothing and make them smile a bit, then hey, why not do it? But no, my girlfriend's not a flight attendant. And quote Wagneriana, I can imagine. I'm just doing the fake PPL on VATSIM currently with VATSIM Germany. The amount of stuff they expect you to learn is insane. Yeah, and that's just PPL stuff. Now, do that same thing on an ATPL basis, where you take all those things that were taken for granted in the PPL, and all of a sudden you question all of that. Now, that is when things really go south. That is when you gotta learn all that stuff. And Bootwin, did I ever see that YouTube clip that shows active sky comes with a bigger frame rate gain compared to MSFS live weather? Honestly, I haven't seen that clip, but I'm going to check it out. But I haven't seen it yet, no. So, Rowdy Davido, what aircraft did I fly in training? I did my private on the 172. Then I flew the 152 for the what's it called again? Then I flew the 152 for the upset recovery training. That's the word I was looking for. The Aquila for my cross countries. The Piper 28 for the ATPL. The Seneca and the Seminole for the multi-engine. And then a couple more. And I did most of the hour building on the 172. And Alpha Polo, how's real world flying going? Well, I'm pretty happy that I got a couple off days now. But I do have a very busy schedule at the moment. So it's gonna get busy again.
Aeromexico 684, Tenaver.
And I gotta contact me from the center that we're on at the moment.
Let's go 684, contact follow star control now on 128.6.
128.6, Aeromexico 684.
Lasso 684, heavy.
Is that for Airline 684?
684 is correct, contact 128.6.
128.6, Airline 684.
Aeromexico 688.
So, 128.6. Bogota, Buenos Tardes, Airline 684 Heavy, flight level 360. Well, good evening, stand by. Okay.
Bogota, Aeromexico 684, Buenos Tardes, checking in, flight level 350.
Ecuador 684,
So just to be completely sure, the call sign of the airline is Airline, isn't it? Because this is the second controller calling it LAN Ecuador now. Well, at least if we look at Wikipedia, over here it's called Airline. Well, interesting. I mean, sometimes Euroscope has issues with airline call signs anyway. Like, often they call Aerologic Lufthansa Cargo and the other way around.
Bogota, Aero Mexico 684, checking in 350.
And no, guys, I'm not too sure about Trolls editing Wikipedia pages there, because LATAM consists of several different airlines, and as far as I know, they all operate under different call signs. There is one using LATAM as far as I'm aware, but most of them are using separate call signs. I mean, if anyone has an AIP handy, an Ecuadorian AIP, then please do look it up, but... And quote Wagneriana, LNE is Airline, that is correct. LAN is LATAM. Yeah, that's what I know as well, and I'm logged in as LNE. So the call sign should be Airline.
Bogota, Buenos Aires, Avianca 651, level 370.
And yeah, Coisas, you're absolutely right. In Brazil, the company uses the TAM call sign because basically they're operating under the old TAM AOC as far as I'm aware. So they are still using that. Now, I had to cheat a little bit here because LATAM Ecuador doesn't have any 777s. So I took a LATAM livery from the Brazilian subsidiary, which is Papa Tango registered, as you can see on the back of the plane there. But as long as I'm logged in as Lima November Echo, they should... as long as I'm logged in as Lima November Echo, they should call me with Airline. Well, at least as far as I'm aware. But what do I know?
250, UPS 1411.
And Akshay asks, well, that's an interesting username. I think I heard some language where that actually is an insult. But, well, just a username, just reading that out. When will my ebook be released? I can't promise it quite yet. I hope in 2 weeks. But that always comes with a caveat that I just need to have enough time to finish writing it. And finding that time just is, yeah, hard at the moment. Because I'm just flying too much, and then I also have the channel next to it. And I have to say that the 777 videos probably got a bit more of my attention than I initially thought, but... yeah, we'll get there. And Martin KWH, greetings from Avianca 651. We have the exact same ETA at the moment on the parallel airway off your left side. Love your content. Well, that's interesting. ATC will manage. And Zeno, how much do you think the ebook will cost? I haven't decided on the final price yet, but I think $19.99, something like that. I don't want to make it too expensive, I want to keep it accessible for everyone. On the other hand side, it's been pretty much 2 months of full-time work writing it now, at least full-time, including any of the time I have left and any of the layover time I had in the hotels. So, I think something about $19.99 or so.
Mach 815, Delta Cargo 8260.
And Christoph, by the way, does YouTube compromise my job as a pilot in any way? No, not at all. And I would really, really do anything to avoid that. And if YouTube would compromise my job, then I would stop YouTube immediately. That's... YouTube is fun. YouTube earns some nice pocket money, of course, but... You know, my job is flying. My job is being a pilot. YouTube is just a hobby.
UPS 1411. Continue descent to flight level 2.
And Martin KWH tried hard to get the same ETA, departed in MROC. Well, first of all, that must have been a heck of a weather you had on your departure. And, well... And Alpha Polo, how can ATC tell which call sign to use when calling you? They only see the 3-letter shortcut, right? You're right, they see the 3-letter shortcut, but Euroscope, the controller client, also tells them which call sign is associated with that, which call sign is associated with that 3-letter code. Okay, so Vamos is gonna be the next border. I like that. Vamos.
Understood. UPS 1411 don't have the traffic in sight yet.
So, pouring water, will you make videos about real-life flying in the A330? I know that it could make things difficult with the company, but I saw one colleague from your company making real-life videos. Oh man! That's nice! Thanks for good YouTube content. Drinks on me in Quito. Regards, Lufthansa Cargo 8260. I like it. I really like it. Well, thank you very much, my friend. Unfortunately, I think I can't answer in the PMDG yet. Can we? No, I think free text is only with air traffic control. Yeah, it is. That's a pity. Maybe we can trick it? What happens if we try to log on to that Lufthansa cargo? I don't think we can, but... No. Okay, too bad. Then we can't send an answer. But that would have been nice. I do hope that they will implement free text messages to other aircraft at some point. That would be really neat. Okay, so yeah, in regards to the question whether I can record in regards to the... Okay, another message here. Contact me from SKAD Center. It's Bogota Control. I'm on this frequency already, am I not? Bogota, Airline 684.
Enabler 684, Squawk 2343.
Squawk 2343, Airline 684. Just wondering, did we not check in with you earlier?
I'm sorry, say again.
Disregard. 2343. I do believe we checked in with him, didn't we? Because he just sent us a contact me. And why are we calling any door here? No. We do not want to call any doors. We're not going to send that as well.
Laxa 651 Boda.
Well. End call. That's it. Okay, so, we are slowly nearing our top of descent. Airline 684, go ahead.
Level 684, descent flight level 350.
Airline 684, descent flight level 350.
That's correct, segment number.
Mach decimal 84, Airline 684.
Level 684, Roger. Aeromexico 684, Buda.
Okay, flight level 350 set.
Mexico 684, go ahead.
And he's getting us back towards the, let's say, normal,
Mexico 684, Roger, just reduced to 78.
He's getting us back to the normal semicircular rules now. That is to be expected. The maximum is 376 at the moment. For that reason, I didn't even ask if we could climb. Wouldn't have made sense with the top of climb 230 miles away as well, so going down was the obvious choice here. Well, so what do we have now? About, what's that, 13, so half an hour from the top of descent. That's quite good. So normally at about this distance, we slowly start our approach preparations. And approach preparations usually start with every pilot visiting the lavatory. Because at exactly this time, all the passengers will do it as well, because they are just waking up prior to landing on a typical long haul, so you don't want to be locked out the cockpit for too long later on, so for that reason, rather go a little bit earlier.
Go ahead, 1411.
Alright guys, I'll leave you for a minute, and then I'll be right back, so that's your controls, your radios.
Clear to descent, 13,000, cleared approach, ILS Yankee 14 right.
And that's normally, of course, the point in time where you start chatting with all the cabin crew as well. Well, that stuff happens. Alright, I'll be right back in a minute.
1027, and I'll report when on the localizer, UPS 1411 Heavy.
Dice 016, estoy en canal 4. No. 9241, perdón.
En canal 241, descienda vía 1 Charlie para 8000 pies. A la aproximación a Arnab, a la...
Canal 241, recibió 311 CRMA Pito 6, notifique 5 millas en acercamiento.
Airline 6, se le llamó 5 millas en acercamiento, había en canal 241.
Western Global 411, Bogotá, buenas tardes, descent flight level 330.
Okay, no passengers anywhere around. That's a good signal. Then we can start getting back up front. Okay, time to take a seat again. It's got so quiet on the radio. Did I miss anything? He was talking all the time when I left, but all of a sudden... Oh well. Did any of you guys hear what's going on with ATC? Why it's got so quiet at the moment?
American Direct 260 for traffic separation, turn left heading 120.
Here we go again. Okay, so the German cargo... Well, that's Lufthansa cargo, not German cargo. He's on the converging airway here. Upper mic 328.
Go ahead for German cargo 8260.
German cargo 260, turn for traffic separation, turn left heading 120, then cancel speed restriction.
Left heading 120, cancel speed restriction. Cargo 8260.
And that, my friends, was exactly the mistake that I told you about earlier. He's calling Lufthansa Cargo, which has an airline code of GEC, Golf Echo Charlie, is Lufthansa Cargo. He's calling it German Cargo. At the same time, you have the airline Aerologic, which is a subsidiary of Lufthansa Cargo and DHL, just for completeness, as I know someone will mention it. So at the same time you have Aerologic, which is Bravo Oscar X-Ray, Box. And those guys are called German Cargo, while GEC is called Lufthansa Cargo. That's confusing a lot of Watson controllers. That's really confusing a lot of Watson controllers.
Laxa 651 Buddha.
Avianca 651, go ahead.
Okay, so 193 miles to run. Sounds like a good time to start preparing for the approach. And just starting setup already. So let's go ahead. Recall, good, nothing in there. Descent checklist, nothing in the notes. Then we can start doing our weather request. So ATIS SEQM. And we want the Watson ATIS and automatic updates, please. Send.
And just for confirmation, the call sign is Avianca and not Luxair. I keep hearing Luxair.
Lima Romeo Charlie call sign is Luxair, sir.
Interesting. Lima Romeo Charlie, he says is Luxair. Well, let's Google that. Lima Romeo Charlie, airline. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. I get where that confusion comes from. Look at that. The call sign is Luxa. And not Avianca. The call sign is Luxa. But the pilot is probably European and therefore understands the call sign to be Luxair, which is a European airline. Well, that's where the confusion comes from. That's where the confusion comes from. Okay, and here comes the weather. So, from 2000 Zulu, 05085, slightly variable, 10 kilometers, scattered clouds, TCUs 3300, scattered 100, broken 3000, 24 degrees, altimeter 1024. Advise you have info delta.
GPS 1411, wind 120 degrees, 9 knots, heading 1027, try 1 west for right, clear to land.
So 1024 and 1024.
Correct, señor, 00240.
Okay, so most important thing first, performance tool, landing en route, and now comes the question, can we land? The runway 36 it is, 4 kilometers long. We'll just import that for now and see what we get. We can land. Excellent. Okay, so now we can go into the further details here. So, we don't need any feeder routes as we're going directly to Quito VOR. Then ILS Zulu approach runway 36, that's the one that's planned for us, according to the airfield briefing. Very good idea at this moment, also to study the briefing material provided by Watson Ecuador. So if we just have a look at that, this is the material they sent out for this event. So obviously I did look at that prior to the flight already. And most important things over here, well, scenery, yeah, nice. Frequencies, I don't really care, but this one here is interesting as they list their preferred alternate, which is SELT up here. And then going a little bit further down, for the arrivals, do not exceed 250 knots in the Quito TMA. Now, the interesting question, of course, is where does the TMA start? And that's not always really easy to find out, but we'll deal with that in a few moments. And just look at how often they repeat that. It's just that, well, Quito TMA is a circle with a 50-mile radius around Quebec Sierra Victor VOR from the ground to flight level 245. Okay, so then we can start working based on that. So Quebec Sierra Victor, 50 miles. So, does that equal any of our waypoints? Yeah, Palad. So from Palad, 250 knots. Here you go. Okay, so, that 250 is in then.
German cargo X0, now heading 15.
And here we have it again. He's calling him German cargo again.
Heading 150 Lufthansa cargo 860.
And he just responds Lufthansa cargo. Nice. I tell you guys, when the freighter comes out, I will be flying Lufthansa cargo a lot. And I will probably just ignore those controllers until they use the correct call sign. But it's a bit of a pity that the incorrect call sign is in many of the databases, so the controller really has no way of knowing. Okay, anyway, the runway elevation is almost 8,000 feet, so I'll just do 250 / 18,000 in here as well.
170, go ahead.
And that 240 at 10,000, well, we can delete that. Okay, descent forecast. Transition level is by ATC. And not in here. Well, okay.
We'll contact you, we continue at pilot and contact you 40 knots miles out of Moon Sierra India Golf Uniform November. This is the 1.0.
Okay, so that good stuff is in here. Descent forecast is sent. And here it comes. So, talk about fixed rings then. We still need Vamos for now. MSA is around Quebec, India, Tango, VOR. Well, we marked that one, so we don't need it anymore. AKA, we have inserted the speed restriction, so let's insert Quebec, India, Tango now. With a 25-mile ring. And that's more or less at the airport, I guess, huh? No, it's actually quite a bit offset from the airport. Okay, let's look at that. Yeah, a little bit. Does that have any implication for us? Yeah, not really. MSA is very high everywhere anyway. Except for the north west of that VOR, but I don't really care about that, so it's high MSA anywhere. We'll just leave it like that then. Okay, so let's go ahead and have a look at our approach itself. So starting out of Condor Kokcha VOR, I hope that's how you pronounce it. So outbound till 60 ME. So we've got Quito above 180, that's this. And 60 ME outbound above 180 as well. Thereafter we descend to 14,200 to the D254 India point.
Thank you. Bye.
Which we have over here. Then we've got the 9 DME ARC, and we have the 9 DME ARC. That's the new nav database for you guys. PMDG is finally able to support all this good stuff. Okay, so, well, then we've got D224 India, 14,200, and that's mandatory, that level segment here, until 221 Golf, and then we continue towards Sur VOR, and that's pretty much the 10-mile final point, is it? Yeah. That's interesting, look at that, Quebec, Sierra Victor VOR, but the name in the database is Centerfix, so it's exactly 10 miles final. Okay, they want us to fly 160 knots on the final, so I'm just going to insert that speed restriction over here. At the final descent point, that's 7 miles out, and it is a 3.2 degree glide slope. Minimum's 8,110. We'll dial that in a few moments. Missed approach then, straight ahead, Quebec November Victor at or above 10.6, we have that. Then turn left, climbing Quebec India Tango VOR to enter holding at 18,000. Okay, and that's what we have. Okay, easy going then.
344 in the box unit.
The holding itself,
Western Global 411 heavy.
197 left turns, 18,000 minimum. Easy. 1.5 minutes lag time is correct. Okay.
411 heavy in the left, light heading 105 due to traffic.
In other words, easy going. That's our nav setup. I will do a little bit of a backup over here, so quit.
Ecuador 684 heavy Bogota.
Airline 684, go ahead.
Ecuador 684 heavy, now contact Guayaquil control 128.3, have wonderful flight.
128.3, Airline 684. Adios.
Bye bye.
Good afternoon.
So, 128.3. Santa, good afternoon, Airline 684 Heavy, flight level 350, inbound, vamos.
Ecuador 684 heavy, good afternoon. The Corsair ready contact level 350. When you're ready, continue descent to level 250.
Airline 684, maintain flight level 350. When ready, descend flight level 250. Okay, set. 250 checked. But we still have a bit of time until we actually need to leave and go down. So there's plenty of time available now. Okay, so, just returning to that pilot brief for a second. There is one problem over here. And that's down here. Do not fly less than 160 knots until the 4 miles final. Now, 160 knots indicated at a field elevation of 8,000 feet is going to give us a true airspeed in the region of 180 knots. Until a 4 mile final, that is very fast. Our airplane will be carrying a lot of energy there, so we need to prepare early enough. Extend the gear, get the flaps into the landing position so that by the time we reach 4 miles, we can literally just slow down to landing speed, because we only have 1 nautical mile to slow down from 160 to our landing speed until we reach the stabilized approach gate. So that's going to be a challenge at an airport that is located this high. This is definitely going to be a challenge. So in case of go around, follow procedures as published and expect further instructions, expect vectors or holding, sure. So, this one here is interesting. After landing, vacate the runway and hold short of Alpha. You will be instructed to contact ground. All pilots unable to vacate before or via Alpha 3 must let the approach controller know as soon as possible. So let's go ahead and calculate if we can make Alpha 3. So, SEQM, airport. So, landing down here, and Alpha 3 is, I'd say, 2/3 down the runway. A little bit less. So it's 4 kilometers. Yeah, I think Alpha 3 might not be possible for us. Let's see what the performance tool says. Wait a moment, that's wrong. Here we are. So we've got all of that. Don't need any VREF addition. The weather is correct. So 2,557 meters. That means 1,500 to the runway end. Well, where's the scale? Down here it is. So that's 1,000. So we're looking at, yeah, it might just about work out. I think we should be able to make Alpha 3. If we don't float the plane into eternity, then we will be able to make it. I don't want to use a higher auto brake setting because we are already located at a very high airport. Well, we can turn the reversers operational, but it's a dry runway, so it's not going to make a difference. It's a pretty high elevation airport, so I'm a little bit careful here with descending, or rather with slowing down the plane too early.
Number 2401 Waker.
Okay, well, not all that much that we can actually do about this now. We'll just have to take things... We'll just have to take it that way, but we should be able to make the exit. So, we'll just keep it at that. And if we really miss the exit... pouring water! The exit is 2,750 meters from the threshold to Alpha 3. Source is Google Maps. Well, thank you! Okay, yeah. So we should be able to make it. So order break 3 it is. Let's see, 10.5. So we burn about 2,000 kilos. So 233.5. Flaps 30. Here we go. Okay. So we need to set the minimums. Which is 8,110. Here we go. And I think that's it. So, are you ready for the approach briefing then? So, threats for the arrival. High energy approach. Definitely that one. We need to keep in mind the elevation of the field, and therefore we need to keep in mind that whatever we descend, it's going to be pretty quick. So energy control is key. Rather slow down early, take the drag devices as needed, but don't let ATC talk us into a quick approach. That is not going to turn out very well. Apart from that, I don't see any other threats. Well, maybe one. The briefing told us to hold short of Alpha and not to enter it. We will talk about that with the tower, because if we vacate on Alpha 3, but we hold short of Alpha and not enter the taxiway, then we will not be able to vacate the runway. Our airplane will be stuck on the runway. The tail of the plane is going to be heading into the runway. So that is something we need to talk about with our traffic control, whether they want us to vacate right over here or not. Airline 684, go ahead. Airline 684, descend flight level 250 now. Thrust, VNAV speed. Okay, yeah, so terrain is of course a factor, but we should be able to see it. We have our terrain display, which we are going to turn active on the PM setting here. I'll keep the weather radar over here for as long as there's something on there. We'll see what's going on with that weather. Okay, apart from that, I do not have anything. So, our FMC is filled out. We've got the speeds in. We have the forecast, we have the speed restriction 250 at level 180, and we have the 250 knot restriction at Pilot in our box as well. Apart from that, fixed rings around, what's it, Quito VOR, 25 miles, or however you pronounce it. I'm going to call this Quito, because that's obviously what the Quebec India Tango stands for. Even though the chart says different. I'm going to call this Quito. Okay, well, arrival fuel 10.6, diversion fuel is 5.6, so we've got 5,000 kilos extra. That is round about 20 minutes of flight plus a missed approach followed by a second approach. Let's make it one missed approach, and if we don't get to conduct a second approach in a reasonable amount of time, then we just divert to the alternate. Okay, apart from that, standard approach in. Not a lot that we can actually mention about that. Standard approach down here, maybe radar vectors. If we do get radar vectors, then make sure that we don't run into that little hill down here. And that's mostly it, really. The airplane is going, or we are going to use flaps 30, maximum reverse, auto brake 3, vacate Alpha 3, and brake cooling is not an issue. We are not going to do single engine taxi due to the high elevation of the airport. We can do single engine and save some fuel whenever we're at lower elevations, but today, no. Well, and that's it. Any questions, comments or concerns? No? Excellent. Well then, descent checklist please. Recall? Checked. Notes? Checked. Auto brake? 3. Landing data. Bureau 30144. Minimum barrow 8110. Approach briefing completed. Descent checklist complete. And then I'm off for a moment and I'll do the PA to the passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. We've started our descent towards Quito with a remaining flight time of now about 20 minutes. Weather over there at the moment 24 degrees with a few clouds at the sky, as you can see to the left and the right of our airplane at the moment. Would like to thank you very much for choosing LATAM for today's flight. Hope that you have enjoyed it as much as we did, and we look forward to welcoming you again on board with a future schedule and punctual service. Thank you very much for your attention, and we wish you a nice and safe onwards journey, and hope to see you again soon. Okay, I'm back on.
Confirm right 130 for charge.
So that should be it mostly.
Hitting 160. Right 160 for charge.
Seatbelts coming on. Gotta remember the airport is located a little bit higher than usual, so we just turn the signs on a little bit higher as well. So, Felipe, hello Emmanuel, I'll be waiting for your arrival at Quito on my parked BAE 146. Well, good luck flying that aircraft in this region. That must be a heck lot of fun to fly that conventional navigation down on those procedures in the mountains here. That must be a lot of fun. So, pouring water in manual. Try a Spanish PA. No. I'm not suicidal, my friends. Sorry. And hash to all, off-topic question. What airport in Mexico besides Cancun do I know? None at this moment. Right now Cancun is the only one, but we'll get another one over the winter. Hopefully I'll be able to get a flight there. And Omer, yes, I am using the freeware from FlightSimTO. Christopher, by the way, I did already make a single engine taxi procedure video for the 777. I've done that already. No, wasn't. Or Wasim. 787 or 777? 787. If I compare the real aircraft. In the sim, 777. Until PMDG eventually makes a 787. I'm pretty sure they will at some point, though I have no idea how long that's going to take.
Planet 684, continue descent to 18,000 feet, QNH of Quito 1024, and expect a Airline Zulu approach, runway 36.
Airline 684, QNH 1024, expect ILS Zulu approach runway 36, and say again cleared altitude.
And about 664, 18,000 feet,
18,000 feet, Airline 684. Set. 18,000 checked. So, just a little bit of rain showers here. Again, this is not the weather radar image I would expect associated with what I can see outside. Like, if we look at this, that might be green. But, if I... You know, if I see this in amber over here, that should be quite a bit more than what we see outside here.
Okay, Krill, Western Global 411, flight level 340, heading 150.
And pouring water. Your channel is like a QRH for flight simmers. If you don't know something, it's gonna be an 8330 driver's channel. Yeah, that's pretty much my idea. That's really pretty much the idea of what I'm trying to do with the channel.
Buenas tardes, Guayaquil, 69 Mike Oscar sobre Ambato, 15,000 pies, listos para seguir directo a Usabil.
Number 69 Mike Oscar, Kontaktor Quito, Aproximación, Frequencia.
And Vui Toy, wollte nur kurz Danke sagen für alle deine tollen Tutorials. Gern geschehen. So he thanked me for my nice tutorials. And Christopher, I have no idea about
At the moment we have Mach 7.5 on section.
okay, thrust reduction, or rather speed reduction ongoing, but we might just about want to reduce our throttles for that.
Can you repeat the last message?
Laxa 651, you have any requests in airspeed?
Maintain normal speed, Laxa 651.
Okay, so pilot 250 knot restriction.
Then power 648, contact now, Quito approach 121.2.
121.2, Airline 684, bye now.
Guayaquil, Bruno 011, 5 millas fuera.
So, Atus. No, not you. Atus Delta. Quito approach, Airline 684 Heavy, flight level 256, descending 18,000 feet, information Delta.
Airline 684, Quito approach, ready after radar contact, maintain 18,000, QNH 1024.
Descent 18,000, QNH 1024, Airline 684. Okay.
Airline 684, gonna be ILS Zulu approach, runway 36.
ILS Zulu 36, Airline 684. Okay, set QNH. QNH 1024 cross-check, passing 25,800. Now. Approach checklist. Altimeters, QNH 1024. Approach checklist complete. And Coda 101, hope PMDG brings a big update to the 737 to pull it in line with the 777. I'm pretty sure we will see a lot of the stuff from the 777 come over to the 73. I don't want to give any timelines or anything because I don't know, but I think we are going to see quite a bit of stuff there. Well, that descent is a little bit too quick for my taste. Speed, vertical speed. So, Wasim, why in America do they set the QNH at flight level 180? Well, because below that it's not a flight level anymore. And Kevin, what does Barrow 8110 mean? That's our minimum.
Heading 140 in for Delta.
That's a 651, Quito approach, good afternoon, radar contact, it's gonna maintain 18,000, gonna be ILS Zulu approach.
And Daft Duck, because we like it complicated in Europe. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. It's much easier the way they do it in the US. But well. Thrust VNAV speed.
Do you have any requesting airspeed for Laxa 651?
And Santiago, why use Barrow instead of radio minimums? Because we're not flying an Autoland. You only use radio minimums for ILS Cat 2 or ILS Cat 3 approaches. For anything else you use Barrow minimums.
Copy, thank you. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1
Quito approach, lift on the cargo 8260 heavy passing.
And Simlover, how many years did it take for you to form 12,000 plus hours? I don't know, 16, 17, 18? A longer time for sure. I'm on VATSIM for quite a while now.
Descend on it 200 and speed 240 knots, lift on cargo 8260.
And Bamba Bambi, would you recommend me to get the PMDG 737 or 777? That really depends on the style of flying that you want. If you're interested in long haul, go for the 777. If you're interested more in short to medium haul, then take the 737. But I think there is no, one is better than the other. Well, obviously the 777 is more advanced than the 737, but if you're looking for something for short to medium haul, then by all means go for that. But if you're interested in the occasional long haul as well, then the 777 might be for you.
Correction, Lima, November Echo 684, I don't know if you're talking, so sorry about that. You're clear for dial Zulu approach runway 36, report to staff is at 10,500 feet.
Lima, November Echo 684, cleared ILS Zulu, runway 36, call you established at 10,500 feet, and the call sign is Airline.
Roger that, thanks so much.
Interesting. If I expected one ATC to know, it would be the guys in Quito, because the airline is based in Quito. Okay, anyway, we're cleared for the approach, down to 10,500, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the platform, yeah. Pringle Zero, hello, love your movies, need to say that. Thank you very much, that's appreciated. So there's lots of questions coming in right now that we start the approach. I'll just have to focus on the approach a little bit, guys, because this one is certainly a little bit more challenging due to the high altitude. I mean, just look at this. Even though we're just flying 250 knots indicated, our true airspeed is still 340 knots. So that's why it's a little bit more interesting to fly these approaches this way. And down here's the city, and look at that, that's the old airport down here. That's the old Quito airport. Does anyone remember those approaches over the hills over here? Always going to remember that Lufthansa Cargo MD-11 video, how they approach over the hills here. Really beautiful. And of course the mission in FSX back in the day where you circled the 747 in here. Really unfortunate that they had to close it. The new airport's located over here, but the old one right here in the city was amazing. Okay, so we're going to continue the descent. Next up is 14,200.
November 69, Mike Oscar, buenas tardes, Quito aproximación, repita por favor.
Set, 14.2 checked.
69 Mike Oscar, a 3 millas de Cotopaxi, chequeando con usted, 69 Mike Oscar.
69 Mike Oscar, recibido su código.
So that's Quito for you guys. Too bad that this airport got closed.
5574, 69 Mike Oscar.
Guayaquil approach, Air Mexico 684, flight
Port Wagneriana, yeah, don't worry about the speed, we got that under control. It's coming back slowly.
Approach really after and descend maintain 18,000, then at the ILS through approach 36.
Descend flight level 180 and expect ILS Zulu 36, Air Mexico 684.
Air Mexico 684, proceed direct to Condor Coach, you are Quebec India.
Okay, flaps 1.
Quebec India Tango, proceed
Speed
direct to Air
checked.
Mexico 684.
Flaps 1.
Laxa 651, you're clear for ILS Zulu approach runway 36, report established on the localizer at 10,500 feet.
Laxa 651 clear direct Zulu runway 36 and call your
Man, this looks really amazing, doesn't it? All the terrain here.
The Tango, we're currently on the heading 140.
Laxa 651, proceed direct to Quebec into Tango.
It's also...
reach the ILS.
Honestly, the entire terrain here is just... That's why I love long haul so much. Okay, flaps 5, let's give it a bit of speed brake to lose that airspeed.
220 with Delta, heading 180.
Tango 411, approach low.
So that's full speed brake, and you can really see that the plane has, well, it doesn't decelerate as easily as it normally would. So you really can see that. Cabin ready, excellent.
November 69 Mike Oscar está identificado radar a nivel 170.
Lights coming on.
Según su plan de vuelo, va a seguir directo para Quito, ¿me confirma?
So what's the tower frequency going to be?
November 69 Mike Oscar recibido. Debido a tráfico ingresando
11835.
necesito que mantenga sobre presente posición un holding, por favor, hasta nuevo aviso.
Entendido, mantener holding sobre posición 69 Mach.
FMC message, drag required. Yeah, I disagree. Flaps 15 though.
Lufthansa 260, maintain 15.
Just gonna make sure we actually get that speed down here. Well, and then we are pretty much done with everything, so let's have a little bit of fun. Autopilot off.
260, turn left heading 070 degrees.
Left heading is 07 degrees.
Beautiful terrain down here, isn't it?
Lufthansa Cargo 260, going to be vectors to intersect the ILS Zulu procedure runway 36.
So reaching 14.2 down here, thereafter it's going to be 10.5. Set. Disregarding the flight director a little bit here, you can see we're more or less right on the profile. I'm not going to make a right turn to re-intercept that tiny bit of a turn there. Beautiful terrain, isn't it?
260, just to confirm, maintain 250 knots, please.
250 knots to the cargo 8260.
I'm Global November 411, reduce speed 230 knots.
Speed 230 knots, first level 411.
So, we need 10.5 at the final approach fix, and we are going to reach those easily. Nonetheless, let's just do level change over here, just so that we don't get all that messing with the profile here. We'll just get the airplane down to 10.5, level over there, and then we'll do a nice and stable intercept on the final. When we're level, we let the speed deplete.
Turn left, heading 120 degrees, it's gonna be vectors to intersect the ILS Zulu approach 36.
And that way we should have a nice and conservative approach profile here.
36 for Challenger then.
Okay, just make sure that we actually stay on the track here. 0.08 to the left is not a problem, but can make it a bit more precise, huh? I'm pretty sure this track is defined based on those couple of villages down here, that we don't fly too close to them. Over here is a little bit more rural terrain.
Zulu runway 36 approach. We will report established on the localizer at 10,000.
Okay, so he cleared us for the approach already. Approach is armed. And he wanted us to call once we're established in 10,500. Okay, so let's have the speed go down. 160 is what they say we should fly on the final. If you do 164, that's not going to be a problem.
411, turn left, heading 110 degrees, you're going to be back
No.
to the Zulu 36.
Nonetheless, we could change to the terrain display. You can always make use of the reminder, can we? Okay, speed out. Airline 684, maintaining 10,500. You wanted us to report that?
684, roger. Gas report established on the ILS 36.
We'll go. Localizer alive. Lock. Look at how the plane sets the runway heading automatically. I really like that. Flight slope alive.
Boeing 4, Charlie Juliet, turn left, heading 07.
Runway is at 12 o'clock.
Left 070 for Charlie Juliet.
Airline 364, direction 684, heavy established.
Airline 684, roger, contact tower 118.35, Throttle.
118.35, Airline 684, adios. Quito Tower, Airline 684 Heavy, established ILS 36.
About 684, good afternoon, correction, Quito Tower.
Okay, gear down.
120 degrees,
Runway 36, clear to land, Airline 684, and after landing request to vacate onto Alpha, as otherwise we would block the runway if we hold short of Alpha. Okay, flaps 30. Okay, no response to that. Well, okay, we'll just do it. There is nobody in front of us whom we would block, so we'll just do it. Sometimes you need to make these kind of decisions. Landing checklist. Landing checklist complete. Okay, missed approach altitude is level 180. Set. Now we just gotta get that airplane in trim properly here. That would make it a lot nicer and easier to fly. Okay, so you can see the challenge here. 150 knots indicated, 180 knots ground speed. That's the challenge. So that is an enormous descent rate that the airplane will have, and we need to arrest that descent rate during the flare. So that means we need to start the flare a little bit earlier. 1000 is stabilized, by the way. So we need to start the flare a little bit earlier. Why is my simulator lagging? Okay, here we go again. So for the third time's the charm, we need to start the flare a little bit earlier, and just got to take into consideration that the airplane takes a bit longer to react. Okay, we'll stay inside. As beautiful as it looks outside, we gotta focus on the approach, huh? A little bit gusty, a little bit turbulent here. Man, can hardly arrest that. Come on, keep descending. We are visual, huh? At these altitudes, don't chase the glide slope too hard.
Seat rate. Seat rate. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5.
Come on. Had to smack it in. We approached the end of the touchdown zone. There was nothing we could do anymore. That was quite a thermal there. We'll miss the exit, but we can't change it now. There is nobody behind us. That wind just got us. And that thermal. So look at that, the auto brake is still in, and only now, really approaching the end of the runway, we even reach those lower speeds. Well, that was an interesting short final there. That was definitely some very interesting turbulence the thing gave us, even though I tend to say that the GPWS was a little bit overreactive at short times. There was that one downdraft we had where we temporarily reached...
684 left, Alpha, continue to be Alpha, hold short, Juliet.
Left onto Alpha, hold short Juliet, Airline 684. We'll do a debrief as soon as we're on the taxiway, huh?
Hello, Alexa 651, ILS Zulu 36.
So just a quick thing here, why could we vacate at the end of the runway even though we briefed that we wanted to vacate earlier? Quite simple, we knew there was no traffic, there was nobody holding short, and the next guy has only now called established on the final, so for that reason I didn't even bother.
84, welcome to Quito, contact now, Quito, ground
121.9, Airline 684, gracias. So 1219. Quito ground, Buenos Aires, Airline 684 heavy vacated.
Airline 684 heavy, good afternoon, Quito ground, welcome to Quito. Taxi via Alpha, Juliet and Charlie to gate 13.
Alpha, Juliet, Charlie, gate 13, Airline 684 heavy. Okay, so Alpha, Juliet, Charlie, we're aware of that. APU can stay off for now. Lights, flaps. And the speed brake. And finally the transponder. Okay, so now let's take a moment to review the approach once again. So, first of all, everything worked fine until we were about at, I would say, 300 to 400 feet above the ground. It's going to be very interesting, by the way, reviewing the approach later compared to what I can figure right now. Oh, and I just figure I'll speed up a little bit because that guy will most likely be vacating Alpha 3. So we want to be clear of that by the time he arrives at the taxiway. Okay, so it's going to be very interesting to review my feedback right now compared to the actual flight later on when I can review the live stream. That's one of the beautiful things about doing this YouTube stuff. Okay, so at about between 300 and 400, I'd say we were hit by quite a bit of up and down drafts there. Probably down to Microsoft Flight Simulator, I'd say. Well, and those did cause us to get a little interesting turbulence. Now, some people asking...
684, hold position.
Airline 684, holding position. That's not necessary, my friend. Especially hold position, just number 2 behind the vacating aircraft would be much easier. Because hold position technically means I need to slam my brakes, but I'm not going to do that for sure. You've got people walking around in the cabin, so definitely not going to do that. Well, just, you know, creep forward at 2 knots, 1 knot, that's what we normally do, because it just takes too much thrust to get it moving again. Okay, in any case, back to the feedback, otherwise we might just have to do it on the ground. First of all, hello Car asks, do you not have to report that gust on final?
Ground hello, Alexa 651 on Juliet.
Technically speaking, yes.
651,
The reason I'm not doing it in the sim is because everyone has different weather, and just because we got that gust, I don't think anyone else would have it as well, so,
Juliet and,
you know,
Charlie, Alexa 651.
now,
Airline 684, continue taxi.
Continue taxi, Airline 684. So yeah, in regards to the turbulence itself, at first, the first thing I remember was that downdraft giving us 1600 feet a minute. Now remember stabilized approach criteria, you shouldn't exceed 1000 feet a minute unless briefed. We didn't brief it, it wasn't necessary, 900 was our target. But only if you exceed that rate of descent for too long, that's when you need to go around. Now obviously we had the GPWS activation, which might have been appropriate or might not. Can't really judge that for sure. But in any case, we could see the terrain, and we could see that we were able to arrest that descent rate very quickly. For that reason, we're in VMC, we can overrule it. Now, of course, we always have to keep in mind Flight Simulator GPWS is not as accurate as real-life GPWS, so there's always that. Now, all of that out of the way then, we, after the initial, no, the position is not too small. So after the initial downdraft, we then had an updraft that kind of carried us out of the glide slope, but at 200 feet, you shouldn't even try to follow a glide slope in a heavy aircraft. All that's going to happen is you push it down, the aircraft develops energy, and you can't arrest that energy anymore. Especially not at this altitude. For that reason, I just went back to the approximate pitch for the approach, which was roughly 2 degrees, 3 degrees, I don't remember exactly anymore, and just kept it at that. So, gate 13, straight ahead. And just kept it at that. And then the question was easy. Are we going to make it into the touchdown zone or not? In the end, I had to, you know, shorten the flare a little bit and just bang it onto the touchdown zone. No idea what the vertical speed was, but it was in a safe region, that much I can say. Because if we missed the touchdown zone, then we would have to fly a go-around. Now, one could of course ask, why didn't we go around any earlier? And the answer to that is because a second approach would not have made things better. If that turbulence is there, it's there. So you might as well try to get it into the touchdown zone. If you safely can do that, fine. If you can't, well, go around alternate. So that was kind of the idea behind that maneuver. Okay, so let's see where they get us to park. Always looks so incredibly close, but when we look at it from the outside, I'm sure it's going to be several meters there. Okay, and stop. So, park and brake set, APU running. Number 1. Number 2. Cabin crew, all doors in park. Okay, shutdown checklist, park and brake, set, shutdown checklist complete. Okay then, welcome to Quito everyone. Now let's see the distance from that. Oh, he despawned already. Too bad. Well. So, chocks in place, jetway request. Oh, ground power is inhibited. Okay, that's fine. So, vehicles. We need aft cargo, bulk cargo, forward cargo. Doors, all to park, and open to left. Alright, and here we have it, the 777 in a Quito. Now that was a pretty cool event, ATC online everywhere, and they did a pretty good job on the arrival. I really liked it. Couple calls and confusions, but that's really expected when you fly in this area of the world. So it's not a bug, it's a feature. And with all of that together, all I can say is that was a very good event, lots of fun, and yeah. Overall, a happy event. Cross the Land 2024, a huge success, I'd say. Next time we need to cross Africa from Cape Town to Amsterdam or something the likes. KLM flies a lovely 777 flight there. We need to do something like that. Obviously during nighttime to get it most exciting. And with some lovely thunderstorms in the Congo Basin. But, well, for now, all I can say is that was quite a bit of fun. So, Beluga XL Captain asked, what scenery do you use for Quito? The one from Flight Sim TO. And I believe there is some premium deluxe involved as well, but not 100% sure on that, to be honest. And Quotenwag Mariana, at least in regards to Microsoft Flight Simulator and the clouds, my statement on not everyone has the same weather is not true. Everybody has exactly the same weather and the exact same clouds. Actually, no. I tried that with a friend of mine. We basically spawned ourselves into a shared cockpit environment and we compared all the clouds and everything exactly. So, at least back then, that was maybe half a year ago, we did not have exactly the same clouds and stuff. And of course the turbulence on final depends very much on the individual turbulence settings as well. So pretty sure it's going to be different everywhere. So Tim Johnson, in the 777, if I... my apologies. If I want to step climb, do I just need to enter the new step altitude and wait till the step climb comes and it will step automatically? That might work, but the correct procedure is to dial in the new altitude and then press the altitude knob. That is going to initiate the step climb. And pouring water, now we got 3 more legs to fly, just like back in the 737. Oh yeah, that's exactly the reason why I kinda prefer long haul nowadays. By the way, how much flight time was it actually? 3:46. Yeah, that's not too bad. I mean, that is pretty short for an aircraft like a 777, but 3 hours 46. I think that's got to be like the 3rd or 4th longest flight we did on a live stream then. Something like that. Don't really remember for sure. Well, I'm rather happy with the flight time though. It was a nice little flight. The time went over very quick. So, well. And virtual airport and plane spotting. Really good event. Very professional flight, Emmanuel. Thanks as always. Thank you very much. Daft Duck, I want to see you call Tunis FIR like Joe Moser then. I'm no. I want to keep my job. I'm not gonna do that. Definitely not gonna do that. It was Tripoli back then. It was Tripoli. Tripoli, LTU 730. Yeah, I do remember that one. But no, ain't gonna do that. And FS Max, for the KLM flight, you should use the Bravo Victor Alpha Dutch Pride. Yeah, I think I'm gonna use that for a flight actually. Now, Kevin69 Banana Mail, why do some 777 aircraft have more range lines on the nav display? Is there a setting to change it? Yeah, there are a couple settings that you can change in that regard. By the way, that's the Aero Mexico arriving next to us that we saw taxi out in front of us back in Mexico City. So that's kinda the difference you get in the flight times between the 777 going at Mach 8.4 or Mach 8.3 and the 737, and he flew pretty fast already at 7.9 en route. So, well, the 777 can go really quick. And Tom, do I find the realistic turbulence settings to be realistic? I used to when they were first introduced to the sim. By now I think that they just changed them too much again and overdid them, and now they are too strong. They used to be good, but now they are no longer, unfortunately. Right now, I don't know, sometimes I use low, sometimes I use the mid setting. I don't even remember what I have right now. Doesn't really matter anyway. As a matter of fact, turbulence in the sim just is different from turbulence in the real world. Because in the real world, you start to feel the turbulence and then you can immediately act on the controls and counter them. And in the sim, that just doesn't work. In the sim, you always have to wait until your aircraft has started to move, because only that introduces the feeling of the movement. And I don't know, I just find it easier to disable them in the sim mostly. And that's it. So, Kappa Metean, is the digital clock automatically going to start and stop? Yes, it will. And Haloka, when will we fly through Africa? Well, hopefully when there is a good event in Africa soon. There was one earlier this year, but unfortunately I couldn't fly on that day because I had real-world stuff to do. Well, but if we can catch across-the-land events or across Africa or something, I'm not exactly sure what kind of events they do there, then I would be most interested in flying that. Absolutely. And Nathan, can we get some British Airways 777 ops? Let me think about it. I got the Singapore, which is to Heathrow, which is going to come over the next couple of days, if only I can find the time to actually do the editing. And then I surely want to do that KLM Cape Town or Joburg or something like that. Something across Africa, because it's just such an incredible terrain to look at. Well, and then we'll see. Then we will see. And Tobias, can I show my graphics settings? Well, it's simply Ultra. I haven't changed anything from that, except to turn on the DirectX 12 preview and turn on frame generation. But apart from that, it's simply DirectX 12. And D&B Travels. I love to fly to Tanzania with the Cessna 208. Oh yeah, that's interesting. And Captain Metean, are you going to fly Dubai to Hamburg? Maybe. Actually, I think one of my last beta flights before the release was Dubai-Hamburg. So, yeah, maybe. Maybe not. Not 100% sure. There are so many excellent flights I want to do. But I don't want to do too much Dubai because I've done a couple flights there now. So I don't want to do too much into and out of Dubai because there's just so many operators left that we haven't covered. We did one flight to South America, well, two now. I don't know, there's so many nice flights that you can do with this aircraft, but I'll find some nice stuff. I also want to do something to Australia. I want to do some Cathay stuff into Hong Kong, because that scenery is really nice and the entire area around Hong Kong is really nice as well. So there's so many nice things that you can do with this aircraft. Well, we'll see what we can do. We'll just see what we can do. And Tim Johnson, so with entering the altitude, I mean in the autopilot panel, correct? Yes, I do. So basically, for a step climb, you enter it in here, the new altitude, and then you just press it in like that. And that's it. That's how you do step climb. Well guys, and then eventually the freighter will come around, and then we'll do some really interesting ops. But okay, for now, I think that's all we can say here, so thank you so much for watching everyone. Boudwin, see you next time. Darf Duck, gute Nacht. And yeah, everyone else, thank you for watching. I sure hope that you enjoyed this one. Leave your feedback in the comments below, and if you're interested in my Ultimate 777 Guide ebook, that's hopefully going to be around in the next 2 weeks. Now, you can be sure you will learn about that by the time that it comes. So thank you for watching. As always, I hope you had a great evening on the Cross the Land event, and then I see you all again on the next one. Thank you very much. Have a good night, and I hope to see you again on another live stream soon. Otherwise, there will definitely be a couple of full flights coming in the meantime, and some tutorials as well. So, enjoy your weekend, and I